The hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, you know, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead.
Are you guys ready? Whoops. We'll call this meeting of the Board of Supervisors in Nevada County, the regular meeting of December 6th, 2023, my last regular meeting as the chair. Kevin Edwards, would you lead us in the pledge, please? Thank you, Kevin. Madam Clerk, are there any corrections or deletions to the agenda?
Chair Schofield, we just wanted to clarify that the afternoon session will start at 1:30 p.m. this afternoon.
Well,
That's it.
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
And,
then we'll go right into,
We've got chair comments before we go ahead and go into general public comment.
we have chair comments.
Yes, my apologies. I can go ahead and,
I'm sorry, I see that there, Teen. Thank you very much. It's good to work together. Just a comment that we had scheduled an appeal for the Warden land use appeal, and they asked for a delay on this, so it would be coming up in the future. So the applicants on the Warden land use appeal, which was originally scheduled for hearing today, requested a continuance which was administratively granted and is rescheduled to the January 24th, 2024 board meeting. So if there's anyone here for that appeal, do know that was delayed. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So with that, we will now go into our general public comment. Members of the public shall be allowed to address the Board of Supervisors on items not appearing on the agenda that are of the interest to the public and are within the subject jurisdiction of the board. Speakers are encouraged but not required to give their name and district of residence. And if you may go right ahead there, please.
Good morning, Chair Schofield. My name's Christy Hubbard, and I live in District 3. I'm a volunteer with CEA Foundation and one of the organizers of the Mine Watch campaign. For next week's public hearing about the mine, you've asked the community to restrict comments to the vested rights petition itself, and we respect that. We've even tried to amplify your message through our own communications, encouraging people to save more general comments for the next hearing. That means you might see a few less speakers next week, but I want to assure you, opposition to the mine remains very strong. Today, I'm here to present a group letter signed by over 1,100 community members that serves as an example. And I will be handing this in. Here it goes. Dear Nevada County Supervisors, let's finish this. Rise Gold seems committed to using every imaginable manipulation to have their way with the Idaho-Maryland mine. Don't let them get away with it. As soon as their outrageous petition for vested rights has been exposed for the farce that it is, please move quickly to schedule your final vote on the project so we can all embrace what we've so painfully learned in the last 3 years. Mining has no place in this county's residential communities. The risks just aren't worth it. Consider that. Last May, our planning commissioners unanimously recommended rejection of this project and its EIR. In June, RISE submitted a meritless complaint letter designed to threaten and intimidate the county. RISE's early September petition for vested rights is little more than a desperate attempt to sidestep the county's potential rejection. Their assertion that mining has been continuous since regulations changed in 1954 is laughable. Awarding vested rights would significantly impair the county's authority over the project, effectively bypassing most controls included in the EIR and use permit process. The recent replacement of Ben Mossman as CEO after he was found guilty of environmental charges in Canada doesn't make any of the severe problems with this project go away. This community deserves a clear, unambiguous decision about the mine. Please don't let Rise Gold's endless supply of legal maneuvering cause further delays. I urge you to reject the vested rights petition and support the recommendations of your planning commission as soon as possible. The future of our community's health and quality of life is in your hands. Now that's the end of the group letter, but the printed copy we're giving you today also includes almost 350 personalized comments. The next speaker is going to read a few of them to you, but we hope you'll take a moment to read all their passionate words. We've arranged them by district to make your job easier. Thank you so much for your time and the great work that you're doing.
Thank you, Christine. If you'll give that to our clerk, please.
You bet.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Greg Thrush, and I live in District 3. I'm here speaking on behalf of CEA as well. Today, I'd like to share just a few of the excellent comments that community members added when they signed the letter Christy just read to you. Barbara Raymond had this to say: "We have owned property in Cedar Ridge for 48 years. We have zero confusion about whether there has been mining at the Idaho, Maryland during the time. In fact, there was not only a mine, there was not a mine, there was also an active lumber mill. This claim is so preposterous as to be intentionally fraudulent, and I can't help but wonder if the county and the taxpayers are owed money by RISE for specious, time-wasting, expensive actions. What a waste of resources. Obviously, as our elected officials, you'll need to reject and end this process at this point. Thank you for serving Western Nevada County." Lise Greensfelder from Nevada City didn't mince words when she said, "As a 47-year resident of Nevada County who has been deeply involved with local mining issues since 1977 when Placer Service Corporation applied for an open pit mine permit on the San Juan Ridge, I'm astonished by the audacity of Rise Gold's dishonest attempt to claim a vested right to reopen the Idaho, Maryland mine. I'm grateful to county staff, clear-eyed rebuttal to that claim, and furious with the applicant's tactics that have cost this county and its residents untold time and expense over the past several years. I ask that you as a board member, consider taking legal action against the applicant for tendering such a specious claim, which has required our county to expend even more time and money on refuting. Others, like Nora Nussbaum from Grass Valley, kept it short and sweet, saying, we all need resolution and a stop to this particularly nasty greediness. And finally, a personal favorite came from Peter Burns in Grass Valley, who simply said, know that your community stands with you about making the right decision. We couldn't agree more. The community's opposition runs deep, and please say no to Rise Gold's outrageous petition for vested rights and schedule a final vote on the Idaho, Maryland mine project as quickly as possible. We're all looking forward to the day you say no, and that's final. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Greg.
Good morning. My name is John Vaughn. I live in District 3. First, I know we're not done, but I want to say thank you to the Planning Department and County Council, who, despite pressure from both sides, maintained their independence and focused on the facts. That behavior does not happen in a vacuum. It takes professionals doing the work, along with leadership from managers, directors, the CEO, and this board. So thank you. Moving along, I assume no one is surprised by the reactions from Rise Gold and their new CEO, Joe Mullen. It takes a pretty big ego to start your first communication to this board with threats of lawsuits and whining about how you've been mistreated. Yet, it's typical of what we've seen from the beginning, a complete lack of understanding of the community and the environment Rise claims to care so much about. The Rise vested rights claim is based on flawed assumptions and indefensible assertions, including large holes in the logic of their legal arguments. We will critique some of those issues further at the hearing next week. One that stands out is the noise about taking their property rights. Rise Gold is a self-declared junior mining company. In California, 85% of junior mining companies fail. The Rise board and investors are speculators. They have known the risks from the beginning. Their own SEC filings are filled with detailed descriptions of risk, including the high likelihood that investors will never see a return. It's no one's fault but their own that they have spent lots of money. It is not Nevada County's responsibility to make them whole. But they have to threaten a lawsuit because it appears that's who they are. Basically, it's do what we say or we will sue you into oblivion. That behavior is unlikely to stop even if you approve vested rights or the use permit. Rise appears to have produced false representations of the project, the applicable laws, the county's handling of the project, and the issues involved. Their story may play well with some investors, but for people in the community with boots on the ground, we all know this fairy tale does not hold up. I respectfully request you just say no to all elements of the Rise project. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Chair Ed Schofield. My name is Michael Taylor. I represent District 1. Last Thursday, I made it official I'm running for District 1 Supervisor. On that same Thursday, Kit Elliott called my attorney, reporting to her that I'm running for Supervisor, threatening staff, creating vandalism to the ranch house, and suggesting that I'm threatening to sue the county for the ranch house. It was my understanding that the county, or Kit Elliott, has put on the agenda. The county has received threats of litigation from Michael Taylor related to two matters, the ranch house property. I can assure you I have never threatened to sue the county for any reason, and that item should be taken off today's agenda and out of the public record that I made those accusations, or that the accusations were made. They are malicious, irresponsible, slanderous, and please remove it from the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Polly Halstead, District 1. I'd just like to reiterate what Michael said. He's running for Supervisor of District 1. He has no intention to sue the county. It would be ridiculous for him to be running as supervisor and suing the county at the same time. And he has not vandalized the ranch house or anything else. And to make that accusation, I think I would caution Kit Elliott to cease and desist.
Thank you, Polly.
Good morning. I'm Lee French, District 2. I live in Alta Sierra, and I've been up here many times speaking about the Alta Sierra Country Club and the fact that they seem to be creating a hazardous condition, a fire hazard condition. I met with Ed Schofield, as he promised, and Craig Griesbach, And during that meeting, they agreed that Craig would contact the country club and talk to them about this situation. I do agree that there's nothing in the land use ordinances that forces them to do anything. The land use ordinances are very narrow and only apply to certain individual properties. That really needs to be looked into to see if there's some way that we can extend the fire hazard ordinances to some of the businesses who are violating the trust of the public on fire hazard conditions. I have not heard back from Craig or Ed that they have met with the country club. Therefore, I have no idea as to any outcome and look forward to hearing from them in the future about the situation. So once again, thank you very much for meeting with me and for the exchange of information that we had. And I look forward to working with you some more on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Mr. Griesbach is scheduled to meet with them tomorrow, Lee. Is there any other public comment here in the chambers? Madam Clerk, is there anyone online?
Chair Schofield, we did receive several written comments regarding the proposed cannabis project at 22309 Meyer Ravine, which the board all received. And then we also do have one caller on the line.
Very good.
Okay, let's
And
do
we've
the caller.
received those.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, T. All right, seeing no other public comment?
So we do have that one caller.
Oh, we do have a caller, I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Thank you.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Hi, good morning, Board of Supervisors. Yet again, this is Jean Franklin, representing District 2. I, as well, am calling about the proposed grow on 22309 Meyer Ravine. In addition to that, I do want to make sure that the board does read clearly Donna Zachanew's letter. If you recall, Supervisor Schofield and Hook, Donna, you were present at her home back in July regarding this issue. Something needs to be done. You know, there's got to be some due diligence prior to people purchasing ag property for commercial cannabis use, especially with regards to Meyer Ravine being the one-lane private road, dead end. You know, it just was denied again for being incomplete, and again, it has to do with our road. So they have this owner has a cannabis consultant, and what I'm seeing is there needs to be some due diligence. People can't just come up and buy property and not know or understand or comprehend a 20-foot right-of-way, one lane, you know, egress. This is just the icing on the cake. You know, we are also talking about the ginormous grow expansion on Blue Heron, and I'm hoping that Mr. George Schurig has shared the letter that he received from a civil engineer regarding that project. There just needs to be some changes, some you know, hard looks at bringing these into our community. It's just, I'm sorry, I'm kind of at a loss of words because we are doing so much that we can to bring light to county workers regarding this proposed plan. It seems like there's not enough county staff to ensure compliance being followed. We need to talk about exclusionary zones and maybe even a distance between commercial growth. I mean, we've got Blue Heron a mile away from Meyer Ravine. Like, how many can we throw into South County, you know, without really doing due diligence? I'm very, very concerned about the fact that this gentleman who owns the property on Meyer Ravine has already hoodwinked one of my neighbors to sign an easement grant deed, explaining to him that he needed that grant deed to build a home, and did not say anything about needing it to put in a cannabis grow. So this is not what we need in our neighborhood. We don't need people hoodwinking to get easement grant deeds so that he can maybe somehow get the county to comply and say,
Thank you,
"Sir,
Christine.
we will go ahead and let you."
Thank you, Christine.
It's actually Dean.
Thank
Dean
you,
Franklin.
thank you, Christine. You can cut her
Roger.
off, please, Dean. Is there any other public comment? Are there any other callers?
No further callers.
Oh, we do have one.
Yeah, my name's Danny Wigger. I live on Myers Ravine Road. I'm with this candidacy deal they're trying to put in. You guys seem to be putting it anywhere in our neighborhood you want. We don't understand it. We moved out there and built a life around the farming industry. Nice neighborhood. Everybody raises some animals. It's nice, quiet. We have people walking up and down our road all the time. People come from other areas to walk down that road. We have been limited all this time of what we can do down there because of the road up there. It had a small entryway. Now, somebody wants to build a complete different road in there, want to put water lines in there, and change our whole neighborhood. How would you like to have your neighborhood changed like that? That's the whole thing. You guys throw these things out in front of all these other people to make us live with it. What about you guys? You know, why? Why do you have to do this? Why do you have to go into a nice neighborhood and have something like this come in there? You say there's no impact. There is impact. There's all kinds of impact. We've been there for 30-some years. It's been a beautiful neighborhood. And you're going to change it all. I don't understand it. I don't think anybody here would like to have that next door. Why us? That's it.
Thank you. Is it Darren? Danny. Danny. Thank you, Danny. All right. Any other public comment? Very good. At this time, I will close the public comment and go into our next agenda item, which is the consent calendar. These items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. The Board of Supervisors will act upon them at one time without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Members of the public wishing to ask questions or hear discussions on items listed under the consent agenda may now raise their concerns to the board members. The supervisor will take these concerns under consideration and decide if there is adequate reason to remove the item from consent. Board members, any item?
4785, item 10 off the consent calendar, please.
4785. What agenda item is that?
That's number 10.
Number 10, very good. Sue, Lisa, anything? Madam Clerk, any items?
No, Chair.
Very good. Is there anyone with the public who would like to see an item pulled? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, any callers?
No, Chair.
Very good. Seeing none, I would entertain a motion for the approval of the consent agenda minus item number 10.
So moved.
A second.
Motion Supervisor Bullock, second Supervisor Hall. Madam Clerk?
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes. This time we will bring up agenda item number 10, which is a resolution approving a contract between the County of Nevada and Foothill House of Hospitality to complete pre-development work to facilitate improvements to and expansion of the Sierra Guest Home for permanent affordable housing with stabilizing services. Hardy?
Yeah, thank you. I think Mike is here. Oh, hey, Mike. I'm sorry, I was watching people that look like Mike leave. Thanks for taking your time to be here this morning, and I'd just first like to say I absolutely support the initiative and the money that's being allocated here to this improvement. One of the questions I had was the grant that's funded this improvement, was that a Nevada County grant or was that Hospitality House?
Good morning, Mike Dent, Director of Housing and Community Services. To answer your question, Supervisor Bullock, the grant that for the remodeling of the facility or the grant money for this particular item?
I didn't catch that second part. The $67,000 that's in the staff report, yep.
Yeah, the $67,000 was originally $100,000 of permanent local housing allocation funds from last contract year, set specifically to help the organization get their Sierra Guest House project construction ready, but they only used about $33,000 of that money. After the contract had expired, they did receive a community care expansion grant. I believe it's about $5 million to complete their project. And so they asked, hey, the money we didn't spend last year, could we start? We really need some pre-development money to continue to finalize the plans. We're interactive with the city on the design. And so we already had this money allocated from last fiscal year.
Okay, and the permanent affordable housing and stabilization services, was that grant money that's allocated specifically, is it like the Western Trust Fund where it goes to Grass Valley or Nevada City, but not?
Yes.
Okay.
The permanent local housing allocation funding is administered by the county, but it does include Nevada City and Grass Valley, PLHA, permanent local housing allocations. Each, according to our plan to distribute these funds, we do set aside about $100,000 a year for homeless activities, and that was last year's project was put the $100,000 towards the pre-development because we're going to invest in units eventually that will increase housing across the board.
Yep. Okay, understood. And it just to confirm, it is part of the same Western Housing County Trust Fund.
Western Nevada County Regional Housing Trust Fund is kind of the overarching.
Dedicated to Grass Valley, Nevada City.
Yes.
Okay, great. That answers my question. The other two questions they're not applicable anymore, but thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the board? Heidi, Sue, Lisa? Is there any public comments or questions from the general audience here? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment portion, assuming there's no calls. Very good. And I'll entertain a motion. Supervisor Bullock?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
Motion Supervisor Bullock, seconded Supervisor Hall. Madam Clerk?
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5? District 2?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mike. All right, so at this time, we are going to recess as the Nevada County Board of Supervisors and convene as the Nevada County Sanitation District Number 1 Board of Directors. The agenda item we have is a consent calendar. Once again, these items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. The Board of Directors will act upon them at one time without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar. Members of the public wishing to ask questions or hear discussion on the items listed under the consent agenda may now raise their concerns to the board members. The directors will take these concerns under consideration and decide if there is adequate reason to remove the item from consent. Board members? Seeing none. General public comment? Any wish to pull any consent item? Very good. I'll close the public comment portion, and I'll entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Motion, Supervisor Hook.
Second.
Second, Supervisor Swarthout. Madam Clerk?
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes. At this time, are there any members of the public wishing to allow or speak public comments on the sanitation district number 1? Madam Clerk, any calls?
No, Chair.
Very good. I will close the public comment portion then. And we will adjourn as the Nevada County Sanitation District Number 1 Board of Directors and reconvene as the Nevada County Board of Supervisors. And our first agenda item is our Behavioral Health Director, Phoebe Bell. This is a resolution approving Amendment 1 to the contract between the County of Nevada and Sierra Mental Wellness Group.
Good morning, Chair Schofield, members of the board. Thanks for having us here today. Before you is an item to expand our contract with Sierra Mental Wellness Group to reflect a new mandate from the state around mobile crisis services. And here to talk about that program is Dr. Carrie Yardley, who's a program manager in the Behavioral Health Department and oversees our crisis system and adult services.
All right. Good morning, Chair Schofield and members of the board. Thank you for having us here today. So, hold on. I feel like my mic is coming in and out. All right. We are here to talk about the mobile crisis team. And for context, the state has mandated that each county provide a 24/7 mobile crisis response to members of the community. So this is a component of the Medi-Cal transformation that's underway across the state. So why mobile crisis teams? Well, mobile crisis teams offer a community-based support to individuals in the community who are experiencing a mental health or a behavioral health crisis or a substance use crisis. The intention of the mobile crisis community is really to allow behavioral health specialists trained specifically in crisis intervention to provide a response to the community where the member of the community has the need. In 2020 in California, approximately 20% of people who were seen in the emergency departments were seen for a behavioral health crisis. This has an undue impact on our hospitals and our emergency departments, as well as our law enforcement responders who are transporting them to the hospitals. Yeah, there we go. So this is part of a larger initiative to expand the crisis continuum of care. And that initiative includes 988, which many of you are familiar or have heard about. It also establishes mobile crisis teams. And then ultimately, the goal is also to have crisis receiving centers. So in doing this, with 988, we take callers who are experiencing a behavioral health crisis or a substance use crisis out of that 911 or emergency system of care. And what we do is we meet them in the community where they are. And for context, in Nevada County, approximately 20% of people who are served in the ED for a mental health crisis, actually 80%, of the people who are served in the ED for a mental health crisis are safety planned and sent back home into the community. They don't need to be seen in the ED in the first place. So here's what the state expects of us. They expect a 24/7 response. They expect a 2-person trained team with behavioral health specialists to show up in the field within 60 minutes of that initial call to anywhere in the county. And they expect those teams to be able to provide transportation if needed to a higher level of care, such as the emergency department or the CSU, as well as to provide resources and aftercare follow-up. Let me take a breath. All right. So, in terms of our relationship with law enforcement, we have a fabulous existing co-responder team in our community, embedded in our sheriff's department. And that team has they have made a phenomenal difference in the lives of the people that they interact with every day. And this team, this 24/7 mobile crisis team, is intended to be a non-law enforcement response. That's what the state's asking of us. With that said, safety is our top priority. It's incredibly important that we keep the service providers who are responding in the community safe, but it's also incredibly important that we have a way to assess for safety and activate our law enforcement partners when needed. So the intention of this particular team is to respond in the community when a law enforcement response is not needed. It's not to replace law enforcement when law enforcement is needed. It will complement our existing co-responder model and our ability to interact in law enforcement and our partnership with law enforcement in terms of our referrals and our dispatch process, or calling on them for help, or them calling on us, is critical and a key component of this. So how this works in Nevada County is people will call our existing crisis line. It's a line that we've had up. We've always had it up. They will call the existing crisis line, and then one of our contractors, Auburn Counseling, who operates our existing crisis line, will utilize a dispatch tool to determine what kind of response is needed. From there, they will initiate the mobile crisis team, which will be run by our existing crisis contractor, Sierra Mental Wellness Group. And those teams will be integrated with our current hospital-based crisis system. And our job also is to get the word out. Mobile crisis teams are coming. The state's requiring that we roll this out on 12/31. Happy New Year's Eve. And thank you for allowing us the time to share this with you.
Thanks, Carrie, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Carrie. All right, bring this up. Lisa, would you like to start this one?
Firsthand what it did in the sheriff's department and the help, and just so needed in our community. And thank you for doing a great job.
Sue?
Yeah, no, I see the benefits of this. So talk about where the funding comes for this and how that becomes sustainable.
Sure. So this is a program built in the Medi-Cal system, and so whenever we serve somebody who has Medi-Cal with the mobile crisis team, we'll be able to bill at a very high rate with the federal government picking up the bulk of the cost of that. I will say that we will be serving everybody in the community regardless of whether they have Medi-Cal, and in the long run, the goal is to establish mechanisms for also billing private insurance for mobile crisis responses, but for now, the goal is to respond to enough folks with Medi-Cal to generate the revenue to cover the costs. And that will be an ongoing conversation with the state. If the volume of calls is less than what we expect, we'll need to talk to them about higher rates for the calls that we do have.
Okay, thanks.
Hardy?
Thank you. Just a couple questions. The Nevada County Sheriff, how do they integrate exactly into the new method?
Yeah, that's a great question. So in general, the intention again from the state that this is a non-law enforcement response. The state has built in multiple avenues into their process of the standardized tools that we have to use to activate a law enforcement response. And so typically what would happen at the point of the caller calling our dispatch center, there will be an algorithm. They'll ask multiple questions, and the algorithm will determine what type of response is needed. And then further, once the mobile crisis team arrives on site, there's multiple variables to determine if they need to stop and the scene needs to be cleared for safety. And in that way, we would activate a law enforcement response as well.
Okay. And does the sheriff's office currently have a mobile crisis response team themselves?
Yes, the sheriff's office has 2 teams currently that are operating approximately 80 hours a week. And they cover the domain or the jurisdiction of the sheriff's department.
Okay. And then, thank you. The 24/7 and then the 60-minute response, how do we handle that for communities like North San Juan and Truckee?
That is a really great question. Thank you for asking. That's something we debate as well. And so what we have right now is we're working with a system on call where we have various people who are located on call who will be able to respond out. And we'll know more about what that looks like specifically as the program rolls out, and we will adjust and modify accordingly.
And is the sheriff's office currently deploying any of the two-person teams you mentioned in East County and Truckee? So if you call for crisis service, would that be an intervention from a different jurisdiction, or would that actually be the sheriff right now?
So the sheriff responds in sheriff jurisdictional areas, so the parts of Truckee that are unincorporated, the sheriff is the primary responder.
Yeah.
The current co-responder model can respond into other jurisdictions when that jurisdiction requests support.
Okay.
And in addition, we have a full-time crisis worker based in Truckee who responds with all the law enforcement partners up there. And so we'll be sort of building off of that model in the Truckee area and
Okay.
adding more on-call potential for the
Got it.
hours outside of that person's time.
Okay. And do we have an MOU with Truckee PD to handle any of that as well?
We're in development of a operation agreement between all of our law enforcement partners and the county.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Also, I have excuse me, a couple of questions. One, if you could clarify for me and maybe others, the multiple sort of teams and responses that we now have going. And you mentioned in here that this has a different scope of work than the one we've got now. So I'd like if you could clarify that as well. So the sheriff has their own mobile response team that has nothing to do with us. And then we have a mobile response number where we respond to people's emergencies. And then we have this team that we've created with a healthcare professional embedded for crises, which sounds like what you're talking about the state is also requiring. So if I got that right?
Yeah, maybe I just provide the umbrella, and
Yeah.
Phoebe, please jump in. So the umbrella of care is, we have Sierra Mental Wellness Group, which is our crisis services provider. And they are currently embedded in the hospital, and they're at the CSU. They're also in the Truckee Hospital. So that's our current system of care. In terms of the crisis specialists embedded in the sheriff's department, there are 2 crisis specialists. Those are employees of Sierra Mental Wellness Group, and they are embedded in the sheriff's department. And they provide, whenever 911, you are calling dispatch and you're in the sheriff's jurisdiction or mutual aid is requested, then they would be providing within that mobile crisis response with a law enforcement partner. What we know and what evidence shows us across the nation is that for the majority of behavioral health crises, a law enforcement response is not needed. And sometimes a law enforcement response can escalate a situation. And so the intention of this is to complement our law enforcement partners and really to reduce the burden of responding when a law enforcement response is not needed, as well as to reduce the burden on the emergency department when we don't need someone sitting there. And in fact, it's more stigmatizing if law enforcement comes and they carry a person to the emergency department or initiate that. And so if we can prevent that and stabilize a person in the community, then what we're providing is good care to our community members, but we're also really freeing up resources in law enforcement and in the emergency department that can be utilized and placed elsewhere. And Supervisor Hall, I'm not sure if I answered your question.
You partly, yeah, that was
Okay.
helpful. So this final piece is this new state requirement team, which I would guess I think what you're saying is mental health professionals only, no law enforcement.
Yeah, so the team will be comprised of people who are specialized in crisis intervention. And that might include peers, that might include people with significant experience in the field, and it might include specific licensed mental health professionals. It could be any one of that combination.
Okay, that's great.
And that team will always have access to a licensed mental health professional to consult with.
Okay.
And it does not include a law enforcement response unless there's a safety issue.
Okay, that's super helpful, thank you. And then I think it sounds like, so the funding piece, I know we've talked about this in the mental health board as well, but the funding piece, so this is an additional requirement by the state without state funding attached, but they're going to ask us to go get the funding from private No.
No, it's a Medi-Cal benefit that's now a mandatory part of the array of Medi-Cal benefits for all Medi-Cal beneficiaries. And so therefore, like with other Medi-Cal benefits, we bill the Medi-Cal
Right.
system for it. And the
But-
state,
Yeah. But they're asking us to expand it beyond Medi-Cal.
right, or they're a little bit silent to that. Like, I think they recognize that, nobody's going to operate a mobile crisis team where your first question on a crisis call is, now tell me about your insurance.
Right.
And so, of course, we're going to respond to everybody. And so I think their hope is we all develop the capacity to recoup costs from other users. But they're established the rates high enough that if all we had was Medi-Cal beneficiaries using the service, or if that was the only revenue we generated, in theory, it will pay for the service.
Okay, great. Yeah, I wasn't clear. Thank you. That's definitely Medi-Cal. But if people call in and it's a private service, then we're stuck trying to go back to the private insurer and get
Right.
something. Okay.
But most importantly, we will serve everybody,
Yes.
and
Yeah.
we will figure out the money part afterwards.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Sue?
This has all been a great conversation. One other question. So just listening to who can be a provider, who can be the person that gets called for assistance. So is that going to work? So let's talk about North San Juan, for example. They have a little team that they've put together. Is that somebody that will qualify into this, or will they have to work for this wellness group and be employed there?
You would have to be employed by Sierra Mental Wellness Group. With that said, Sierra Mental Wellness Group is actively hiring and looking for people to represent the communities that they're serving.
So somebody could be on call there and have a different job probably and still work through wellness?
Yes.
Interesting. I think that's a great idea, especially in the summit or in your area. I kind of got that when they said that they had those in your hospital as well. So, okay, good. Thanks. I like that.
So I apologize if you've already repeated this, but, or said this. Where are we right now? My understanding is that it's this year?
Yeah, this is rolling out in 28-ish days.
And are we
Yeah.
rolling out?
We are, Sierra Mental Wellness Group has done a fabulous job. We've partnered closely with them to build this program and to build the infrastructure for this program. We have worked together very closely to make sure that we're ready to go on December 31st. So just big kudos to Sierra Mental Wellness Group and all the effort that they've put in towards hiring. And right now, we have hired the staff we need. I think we're short one staff member. We have radio systems and communications that are being tested out this week to make sure that if we don't have cell service, we are still able to communicate with the supervisors overseeing the case, but also with any law enforcement partners if we need to activate law enforcement. And we're developing, we have 3 cars currently, or 2 cars, and we're purchasing a 3rd car to be part of this mobile crisis response team benefit.
Well, that's impressive. Yes, you may, Heidi.
Thank you. So I'm imagining, so like Sue, I'm sort of imagining someone is at home having a crisis. They don't know all this, so they call 911 and they go to dispatch. Will dispatch know to ask the questions to determine whether they can direct it back to a behavioral health person, to this team, rather than enforcement?
We're working on providing cross-training, and really, I think over time, that will be our goal. Right now, if someone calls 911, there's a need to make sure that everyone's safe, and that makes sense. That's how we operate across the nation. And so at this moment in time, what I would imagine, Supervisor Hall, is that when 911 is called, law officers or deputies will arrive at the scene and they will clear the scene for safety. Our hope is that at that point, and what we've been working towards is that at that point, they would also call us to the scene once they realize they're not needed. And what that does is that frees up their time. They don't have to stick around and determine if this person needs a 5150 or needs to be taken to the hospital and then wait with them through that process. They could allow us to do that because that's our area of specialty.
Great, that's so great. Thank you.
Yeah, but, so who gets the first call? The deputies? The crisis.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the
It can
question.
come one of 2 ways. People can call 911 and like Carrie just described, that's how that response is likely going to go, or they can call our crisis line, in which case we'll do the algorithm, and if we decide that at that moment in time, law enforcement's not needed, just a mobile crisis team is needed, it could be just mobile crisis responding first.
So really, the hope is you don't have to bring that person into the hospital.
That is the
Correct.
hope.
Yeah.
And what we know right now is about 80% of the people who utilize our emergency departments for behavioral health reasons
Yeah.
don't actually need to be in the hospital. We could serve them at home.
So again, with these units, how long have you been working on this?
About a year.
You have. So the training's all been put in place?
Yes, the training is in place. We are up and we are ready to go very soon.
That's very impressive. Sue?
So this is another thing, we push out in a situation all the time, we push out 211. So will they be trained in that, where to send this to the crisis line?
Yeah, we are working on connecting with 211, and I put back up our postcards that we're going to be delivering everywhere. But we're also going to be doing a media campaign in the newspapers, on the radio, and with all of our service providers to let them know that this benefit exists.
One quick.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, quick question on the QA/QC. Like, obviously, there's a new program that you're tilting up. What's your measurement of success? Are you going to measure like the response times? And I'm sure you have that, but could you tell me just a little bit about how you're going to watch this program and then understand if it's working properly?
Yeah, and then Phoebe, also, please feel free to jump in. So in any kind of crisis call, what we want to do is make sure we're providing the best care for the community member to ensure that they are safe and that the community is safe. That's our intention. And so part of the metrics that we're going to be using to evaluate this program is how many calls did we receive? What percentage of those calls were we able to safety plan or provide a plan for safety for them to stay in the community? And when we provided our follow-up, because follow-up's a mandated part of this benefit, which is different than the co-responder law enforcement model, where they don't have follow-up. You finish the call's over. So a mandated part of this benefit is follow-up within 3 days. So we're going to have metrics on follow-up as well. Did we appropriately connect that person to the place they might need to go to receive the ongoing stabilizing services that they need? And those services might not just be specific to mental health or substance use disorders. They could be related to housing. They could be related to finding shelter or clothing or food. We don't know what the need is until we're out there.
So would one of the opportunities for these cards to go out, for example, I'm sorry, just one question. Like, so when we do food bank or something like that, like at North San Juan where we have a clinic there that day as well. So will these be there and be able to be posted, or can we put them on the bulletin board up there somewhere? Just because they get a little disconnected from here. We don't have good service up there. And so this model, I can see how it's going to really work in different places. So getting that message out, I just feel that's going to be a real important.
Thank you for that input. And definitely we will be targeting all of the different areas and pocket areas within our county and finding ways to effectively advertise our services in that context.
Well, I would love it. I'm just going to, one more thing. When we have our quarterly meeting with our group at North San Juan, I would love you to come online and really give an overview of this, because the team members that really work together up there, this would be fabulous.
I would be happy to. Thank you. We would be happy to.
So a final, I think, comment, it's actually a concern or suggestion. I gather that folks who have family members who are involved in the mental health system, they're going to know this number down here, this 5811, they're going to know that. But we now have 911, we have 211. You mentioned the rollout of 988, and now this. And I think it's going to, when somebody's in a crisis, they're not going to remember all those numbers or which one is the right one. And so I'm concerned that I think 911 is ingrained in our brains pretty much for crisis. And so is there a plan to maybe work with dispatch in the future to try to help? Because really, if you can catch them there, that's probably going to be pretty critical.
We will definitely be working really closely with our 911 dispatch partners, but I will also say that the end goal is to strengthen the 988 system and make that more meaningfully connected to our local community. I just joined a statewide 988 advisory committee to start thinking about how does 988 work in rural areas. Right now, they've really focused on call centers that are in sort of our big urban hubs, and there's pretty close connection to the crisis system. But 988 in Northern California is pretty disconnected from our crisis system. So I agree, this is going to be a little bit of a hard sell. I'm in crisis. What's that number again? And so our goal ultimately is that somebody in Nevada County can call 988 and be connected to Nevada County resources right away and have their call answered by somebody that is able to dispatch our mobile crisis team, et cetera. So that's sort of the 2 to 4 year goal, I would say.
Very good. Is there any public comment on this item? Madam Clerk?
No callers, Chair.
Then I will close the public comment portion of this, and I bring this back to the board. And I want to commend you on your presentation today, and especially your responses to our questions. I think it was very well handled, so thank you. And I will entertain a motion on this.
So moved.
Motion, Supervisor Hall.
Second.
Second, Supervisor Hook. Madam Clerk?
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes. Thank you, Carrie. Say thank you, Phoebe, also, but Phoebe stays in the chair. And our next agenda item is a resolution deferring implementation of the changes made to Welfare and Institutions Code Section 5008 by Senate Bill 43 until January 1st, 2026. Phoebe?
Thank you very much, Chair Schofield, members of the board. Yes, I have before you today a request to delay implementation of SB 43. We do have two partners joining us for this call, and I know they have limited time for this item, rather. We have Julie Ostrom, who's the Chief Nursing Executive Officer from Sierra Nevada Memorial Hospital, and Ted Owens, Executive Director of Governance and Business Development for Tahoe Forest Hospital. I think what I'm going to do in the interest of time is talk a tiny bit, then let them add their comments, and then return to the presentation to give the rest of the information so that we don't miss their window, if that's okay. So SB 43 is a new bill that was passed this most recently in October of this past legislative year. And just to talk briefly about what the intention or where the roots of SB 43 come from, this is really in part a response to the crisis of homelessness that we know we have in California. There are many too many people suffering on the streets and in our open spaces in California, many of whom have mental health and substance use needs. And this bill is in part a response to that, a desire to end that suffering and provide more access to treatment and care. It's also a desire to kind of get people out of some of those shared public spaces and into resources and services. Additionally, it's a response to the fact that LPS law is very dated. It's law that began in the 1960s, or was written in the 1960s, and hasn't been meaningfully updated since, and doesn't really reflect current realities and needs and issues. And so that's the context for this law. It was presented by Senator Eggman and moved through both houses with a fair bit of support. It was written in close partnership with the Newsom administration and really is a corollary to the Mental Health Services Act reform efforts that are also underway and will become a ballot measure. The bill was signed in October, and if we don't delay implementation, it goes into effect on January 1 of this year. And I'll talk in a few minutes about, some of the logistics of why it will be challenging to implement immediately. But again, we have our two great partners here to talk a little bit about concerns that our hospital systems have about the potential quick implementation of this law. And so with that, Julie or Ted, one of you want to start us off?
Why don't we go with Julie?
Thank you.
Thank you, Phoebe, for the opportunity to speak here this morning. I think you are going to likely go over some additional details in the rest of your presentation, but we wanted to make sure that the Board of Supervisors heard from Sierra Nevada about the potential impact to our ability to provide emergency services in the emergency department. We estimate approximately a quarter to a third of our emergency room visits involve patients that have some level of substance abuse disorder or houselessness. That is not their main reason for visiting the emergency department. We have a lot of concerns about the impact to our throughput and wait times and ability to respond to people walking in the door or coming in via ambulance. If we have this many patients potentially waiting in the emergency room now with the new definitions of grave disability. Those are the primary reasons, and we could go through many scenarios, but I'll let Phoebe go through some of the logistical details that contribute to that. The expanded definitions are well intended, and Sierra Nevada definitely wants to support the implementation of this process thoughtfully and with appropriate resources, policies, and planning in place, because it is a very thoughtful bill that has really, really powerful potential to help us address these concerns of our communities. But we need to have the time to put those policies in place, define the definitions that have been provided by the bill in the format of policies and procedures, and make sure that we have treatment options, venues, and human resources to help address the mandate that we will have when we expand this definition of disability within the healthcare and mental health systems.
Thank you, Julie. Chair Schofield, good to see you, sir. Supervisors, Title I's Executive Director, Governance and Business Development, Tahoe Forest Health System. I won't repeat much of what Julie has shared with you, but Tahoe Forest Health System would experience the same types of things with this expanded population. I think it's fair to say that we support the intent of Senate Bill 43. And I think the fact that you are enabled to extend it before implementation for up to 2 years was wise in that there's a great deal of partnerships and moving parts that need to be organized and aligned and integrated before the implementation of Senate Bill 43. You know, for example, I mean, our mental health and behavioral health teams need to figure into the equation for us. We're a 25-bed critical access hospital, and we already have quite a bit of pressure upon us from those that are unhoused and those that are suffering from other abuses and what have you in the community. We would welcome and look forward to working with the county and with law enforcement, with our team to work to organize and prepare for what would be a rather large expansion in our population and the people that we serve. So I think it would be very prudent to extend implementation just from the planning standpoint. Really, the bottom line is it's too big. It's too big to implement without a plan. And we all know what that usually ends up looking like. Not very pretty. Thank you very much for allowing us to present to you today.
Thank you, Ted, and thank you, Julie. Obviously, this is a partnership, so we definitely appreciate your comments here.
Thank you, and thanks for jumping in early, both of you, and sharing your insights. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about what is this bill exactly. There we go. So specifically, this bill expands the definitions of who is eligible to be held under an involuntary hold under LPS law. And to back up a tiny bit, LPS law allows us to hold people from anywhere from a short-term 72-hour hold up to and through a conservatorship, which can be up to a year at a time. And our ability is to hold them due to their danger to themselves or others or their grave disability as a result of their mental illness. So this law expands that definition in two critical ways. First, currently, again, we can only hold people who are suffering due to their mental illness, not due to their traumatic brain injury or their dementia or other causes that may result in people being unable to care for themselves. This law will expand that to say we can now also hold people who are a danger to themselves or others or gravely disabled due to their substance use disorder. And I'll talk more about sort of the implications of that. Secondly, it expands the definition of grave disability. Currently, that grave disability is primarily focused on somebody's ability to provide for their food, shelter, or clothing needs. And the law now adds if they're unable to provide for their personal safety or their necessary medical care. And so both those expansions raise a lot of questions for us of, in real life, what does this mean and how will we operationalize these intentions? So on the medical care expansion side, currently our crisis system excuse me, is staffed with mental health clinicians, as we heard earlier. So we have really well-trained people who are very capable of assessing somebody's mental health needs and their danger to themselves or ability to care for themselves. We are not trained to diagnose life-threatening medical care needs. And specifically, the law says we need a licensed healthcare practitioner who determines healthcare to be necessary to prevent serious deterioration of an existing medical condition, which is likely to result in serious bodily injury if left untreated. That's not in our scope of practice. And so we will need to partner with our medical professionals to train them and to have criteria by which they decide an injury is life-threatening, it might result in bodily injury, et cetera. Is that untreated wound life-threatening or a minor wound? Those kinds of questions. There's a lot of nuance to figure out there because I think this is important to stress. An LPS hold is a pretty significant infringement on somebody's personal rights. You lose more rights when you're on an LPS hold than you lose when you're incarcerated. You lose the right to make decisions about your body. And so we need to be sure when we take that right away from somebody that we are doing it correctly and appropriately and not causing harm. And so I'm confident our medical partners will want clarity around when they can and cannot do that and when they're within their rights and not within their rights. Secondly, if we were to place somebody on a hold due to their inability to care for their medical condition, so therefore it's a serious medical condition, we don't currently have very many options of where to place that person. Most of our psychiatric inpatient facilities have exclusionary criteria around complex medical needs. And so the number of facilities that can take somebody, let's say with an infected open wound and a psychiatric crisis are very, very, very limited. And so we run the risk, as our hospital partners spoke to, of bringing people in who are not well, putting them on a hold, and then having them sit in the emergency department because we have nowhere to take them. And so building out sort of the response mechanisms to that medical expansion is a key part of this as well. The substance use disorder expansion has similar big implications of how are we going to do this. So as Julie alluded to, the percentage of people who struggle with a substance use disorder is significantly higher than the percentage of the population that struggles with significant mental health issues. So right away, we have sort of a scope and quantity of need concern of growing our system to be able to meet that need at every level, from the immediate response to the placement options. Secondly, and very importantly, in California currently, there is no such thing as an involuntary treatment facility for substance use disorder. Typically, this means a locked facility with treatment modalities for that type of care. That does not exist currently, and so building out that treatment system is going to be a high priority for the next couple of years. And then lastly, there's a lot of uncertainty about exactly how do we define gravely disabled due to a substance use disorder. You know, it's pretty clear if somebody's very, very intoxicated, their blood alcohol's at whatever, they're unable to make sense, they are currently gravely disabled. Do they stop being gravely disabled when they sober up, even though we know it's very likely they will soon become gravely disabled again? And where do we draw that line, and when do we decide we need to intervene or we're meeting the definition or not? And so really developing the policies and definitions for these various components are going to be critical. And then once we have that assessment, we need to train all of our key partners, our law enforcement partners, obviously our crisis team, our hospital partners, community stakeholders, et cetera. There's a lot of concerns about personal rights under the expansion and a high likelihood of legal challenges. And so, again, slowing down a tiny bit to sort of let some of that be developed and solidified so that we don't get into risky legal territory feels like an important part of the delay process. And then lastly, we don't currently have treatment modalities based on involuntary care for people with a substance use disorder. We use evidence-based practices throughout our treatment system, and those are very much built on mutual respect and relationship between a provider and a person seeking care. And so, an involuntary treatment option that is basically mandated abstinence is a form of treatment, but doesn't really get to addressing the core needs and issues of somebody. And our research in other states that have involuntary substance use treatment clauses often struggle with that. People's risks as they walk back out the door are very, very high. And so how do we develop a treatment system that works in that involuntary context, but that's effective so that we're, adding value to the person's experience and not leaving them in a worse place than when they came in. Other key issues about this law, there's no new funding associated with SB 43. LPS law is not strictly mandatory, and so therefore the state is not subject to Prop 30 by enacting this change in law. So that's a very significant concern for us. How do we do all those changes that we've been talking about, particularly the treatment facility expansions, without new funding? And then lastly, it's important to note, while the impacts on the behavioral health system are significant, there's also impacts on lots of other processes and systems, like our courts, our public guardians, public defender, and county council will all face some of the volume of increased demand on our systems. So as we've mentioned, the law does allow a provision for us to delay implementation for up to 2 years if the board so chooses, allowing us to therefore develop the infrastructure, policies, and procedures that we need. Without a resolution authorizing a delay, it will go into effect January 1st, so in about 4 weeks. We've been informally polling all the counties through the Behavioral Health Directors Association, and essentially every county is trying to move forward with a delay. 4 counties as of today have already passed. A number are bringing resolutions forward today. The only county that we know of that's not planning to delay is San Francisco, though a few others, it's unclear if a resolution will pass their board or not. But I think it's safe to say that the vast majority of counties will be delaying implementation. Locally, we did spend some time over the last few weeks checking in with our stakeholders to temperature take on their feelings about a delay. We met with our Mental Health and Substance Use Advisory Board, our hospitals and crisis system partners, our criminal justice partners, including the courts, but also law enforcement, and our various providers in the broader behavioral health system. I would say there's pretty unanimous support for delaying, with the exception of a handful of folks who feel pretty strongly that the intention of this law is very, very important, and the goal to end suffering for people is a high priority. And I completely agree with that and want to make sure that we're able to use the law to the most positive end that we can, but also to do it carefully so that we have the correct programs and opportunities in place to support it. So in closing, this is the law, so it's not a conversation about is this a good thing or a bad thing. It's purely a conversation about timing and how quickly or slowly to roll this out. And again, our goal is to do it in a way that's effective and that does not cause harm to people, and that does improve the resources and services available to our community. With that, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Phoebe. Heidi, I think I'll start with you.
Yeah, thank you. We spent some time on this at the Mental Health Board meeting recently also, and the more, and then we've talked about it at CSAC as well, and several of us continue to raise issues with, not this specifically, but other laws like this. And the more I hear about it, the more I get concerned with the potential liabilities and the potential abuse of people's rights. That's really very, very concerning. And this idea that, we're going to force people to get treatment for addiction. All the literature tells you that it doesn't work that way. You can't force people to undergo treatment for drug abuse or alcohol abuse. There has to be a willingness to make it work. And so I also understand that there's a need to get more people off the streets and into care, people who might not understand that they even need that kind of care. But I think these are extreme cases. These are the really most difficult cases we have, and I'm really inclined to want to wait and see what happens when they start implementing this law somewhere else, and what kinds of issues come up in terms of potential abuse, of who they're targeting to get into the system, or how they're protecting people's rights in the system. And so I too support the intent behind it, but I'm really concerned about the forceful nature of this. So I'm fine. I don't want to stop us from continuing to provide treatment to people we need, which this won't do. We're going to continue to do what we're doing. I think we need to wait and see how this plays out in real time in other places. Thanks.
Thank you, Heidi. Artie?
Thanks, Phoebe. We've spent some time talking about this, and now here it is. And so thanks for giving us the update. And I do support delaying the implementation of this at the county level. And I think last time we talked, it was, I don't know, 43 of the 58 counties had planned on delaying it. So basically all the counties in California. There's a lot of infrastructure, I think, in the next 2 years in my mind that we have to think and talk about. And I'm going to start with kind of the broad questions first, but is there an estimation of the annual direct cost to the county for us to handle this? And I know that's probably a moving target that you're going to figure out in a very detailed way over the next couple of years, but are there any estimates?
I wouldn't say that I have any solid estimates at this point. I think it's a complex question to answer because there's sort of the worst case, or the highest level of care of involuntary treatment, locked care facility beds, which are very, very expensive and don't exist, so we'd have to build them, so doubly expensive. And then as a system, we're then incentivized to start to build out lower levels of care that keep somebody from getting to that level of care. And honestly, our substance use system doesn't really have that in the same way that the mental health system does due to the influx of Mental Health Services Act dollars. And so building out sort of full service partnership and supportive housing and outreach and engagement teams and a bunch of sort of levels of care all have dollars associated with them as well. And that is the kind of stuff we'll be working on.
Yeah, that's the big one. Are you employing a contractor to help you navigate, or are you getting support from outside, or are we relying on our internal staff to kind of add this additional workload to our staff to try and parse all this out and come up with a feasibility analysis? Is that how it's being handled?
I'm hoping to be able to lean into our state associations for some of
Okay.
the sort of high-level system analysis work that's going to happen.
Okay.
And because every county is in the same boat of like, oh my gosh, how do I plan for this? And what does that look like? And what do I need? And
Yeah. The infrastructure is fascinating to me because we see, and our board has obviously adopted and ratified many contracts for external providers in different county, essentially buying beds from different providers. And understanding the need, to me, is critical, like understanding the final need or the number of beds we may need 2 years from now, or 4 years from now, or 8 years from now, and understanding, is there benefit in thinking about handling those facilities here and also meeting the other needs that we've previously contracted with externally in other counties, i.e., can we see this as an opportunity to potentially insource some of the things that we've traditionally sent to other counties? And I just maybe make one request that we look at other revenue streams when we think about meeting this need that could be met should we make an actual material investment in facilities and infrastructures here, a building with beds and treatment facilities and creating job growth. Like, just maybe think about that. It would be fun for us all to think about that, I think. And then one of my questions was, you talked about the stakeholder groups that are engaged in this type of treatment and services, but some of the people that are maybe harder to reach, like Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous and Al-Anon, is there any movement or discussion with them at any level of their kind of deal, trying to talk about what this may mean for them, or maybe what they could provide to help us meet our needs?
yeah, it's a good question. I haven't had direct outreach to any specific groups per se. We do have a number of people with lived experience, particularly with substance use disorder, within our system of care, both internal to county staff, but also external to our substance use treatment partners. And so often we rely on sort of that lived experience and connectivity to the recovery community to help guide us in our thinking, but it's a good point to more explicitly reach out.
Okay, and then this is another question kind of on the specifics, and I know we're going to get a whole nother presentation as time goes on over the next 2 years, but is it in combination with the courts and clinical clinicians and county staff and law enforcement, like who is actually tasked with making designations about a person's like personal freedoms?
It travels as the timeframes increase, it travels down the path. So initially, law enforcement has the ability to make a in-the-field decision and essentially place somebody on a hold, bring them in against their will. Then typically our crisis team takes over and does the 72-hour hold more officially. If that hold is sustained, then typically they're placed in a facility, and that facility then makes the decisions. And after the 72 hours, at 7 days more or less, the person begins to have rights to representation and legal hearings, and those get more complex down the road. If we go so far as filing for a conservatorship, that person has a right to counsel and a jury trial even, et cetera.
Okay, that makes sense to me. And then one final question on the payor, or the person who pays the bills on all this. If you have a Medicare or Medi-Cal client, and who pays for what, and I'm sure that's a huge discussion. If somebody with private insurance says, hey, my 18-year-old, right, so they're over that, so the 18 or 19-year-old, they have problems and we need to have intervention here for substance use disorder, they are a carrier of like private insurance. Is the system smart enough to know that there's recovered costs through different pieces, or is it just on the county?
So, like, as it currently operates, if somebody comes in who has private insurance and we place them on a hold, then their insurance picks up the costs of whatever hospitalization happens. So I assume it will be the same.
Same, okay.
Yeah.
Got it, thank you so much.
But there are, to your point, there are parts of the system that the county carries regardless of somebody's insurance status, but sort of the more intensive costs like treatment and rolled on insurance.
Got it, thanks for the info.
Sue?
Well, we knew when this came out that, and it's only been in law since September? October, I mean. So I think this is wise. There's a lot to look through this. All the discussion that you've already heard. And it's going to take a bit to implement it and do it the correct way. So I support that for sure. Thank you.
I agree. I support the delay. I have a couple questions. If this were to go into effect, in January, how many people in our community do you estimate we would be looking for this type of treatment, based on kind of what you know about your current caseloads throughout the county?
I mean, it's a little bit hard to answer. I think at a prevalence rate, I think the incidence of substance use disorder is somewhere between 15 and 20% of the population struggles with a substance use disorder at some level.
But to the level where they would have to be involuntarily, held.
Right. It depends a little bit on how people choose to look to it. Like, I think what comes to mind first for all of us is our unhoused community members who are very publicly suffering with their substance use disorder. But there's lots of housed people who have significant substance use disorders, like to Hardy's example or Supervisor Bullock's example of a young person or a partner or whatever. Like the implications could be more far-reaching. In terms of the numbers of unhoused people who struggle, quite a few. If we have 500-ish people in our point-in-time count, many of them have substance use disorders and health issues and struggles getting adequate health care. And so
to the point that they could be involuntarily required to be a part of this program.
Or at least brought into an emergency department for
And
further
evaluation.
conversation, which then could potentially impact our hospitals significantly.
And then my other question is the state setting aside any money to set up facilities for placement for people? Because that's been a huge issue, just even with voluntary placement for people. So are they setting aside money to build some facilities?
There's been a series of funding opportunities called Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Funding, and we received one significant grant, which is what's allowed us to purchase the Commons Resource Center and rehabilitate that facility. There'll be one more round of that funding, and so I imagine many counties will be thinking about, is that an opportunity to try to build some infrastructure for this particular issue? In addition, if the Behavioral Health Services Act proposition is passed, there is a bond measure component of that, which is for some facilities funding. It's meant more broadly than the implications of this bill particularly, but again, could be an opportunity to look at some solutions.
But they're looking at the counties to be the providers for the facilities.
Yeah, again,
They're not.
LPS law, they don't feel responsible for any implications from LPS law, including so far as no funding for public guardians, for example.
Okay, all right. Well, I too support the delay of this. I think watching and seeing what other counties are going to be doing with it and doing the program correctly the first go around versus rushing through is the way to go. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I just, based on what Lisa pointed out, I just, one of my worries is as you mentioned, you kind of gave this example, but if we have, what'd you say, 15 to 20% of our population struggles with substance abuse disorder, I'm sure many of us have, had that interaction with somebody who is high on something and appear to be not well and potentially even dangerous. I have experienced that more than once. And in an urgent situation, I can imagine saying this person needs to be held. And so to me, that's one of the big concerns is maybe that needs to happen occasionally. But the possibility that that could happen with up to 15 to 20% of our population at any given time, because when people are high on meth or one of the substances that can create psychotic episodes, we could end up with people calling in on a regular basis saying someone needs to be held. And then when they come down, when they're clean, then they're functioning perfectly well. And so that I'm hoping that's something that's going to need to get addressed and discussed as part of the clarification as well. Do you hold someone like that? And do you again, is it a temporary hold? And how many temporary holds will we end up with? And what do we do? Where do we put people like that? So, yeah, I think there's just a lot of concern about this. And tell me if I'm characterizing that right.
No, and I think what you point out too is, if you're bringing somebody in on a short-term hold and then they're sobering up and you're releasing them, how do we use that as an intervention point to actually connect that person meaningfully to care and support? There's clearly a lot of concern about their well-being. They're clearly struggling pretty significantly with their substance use disorder. And how do we make our system robust enough to be able to respond in that moment so that very few people end up needing that highest level of actual inpatient lock care and instead can be engaged more successfully at that earlier stage?
Thank you. Yeah, that would be the goal, right? Yeah, thank you for that.
Thanks, Phoebe. There's just this one little piece here that really makes me question. First of all, tell me what LPS stands for.
Landerman-Petrus Short Act. It's the legislators that crafted the original bill, I think.
What is it?
Landerman-Petrus Short.
Oh, really?
I think.
Okay. But that's one little piece says it is not strictly mandatory, therefore is not subject to Prop 13. What do you mean that it's not mandatory? It's a law, correct?
And I might lean on Kit to help me here a little bit, but my understanding is that because there's interpretation allowed around who exactly is subject to an LPS hold, it's not everybody must be held, but rather here's the definitions of various stages where people can be held. It's not a mandate in the same way that other laws are mandates to the county.
Nope.
That I would agree with that interpretation. So.
But it is mandatory.
Yes.
It's a tool.
It is another tool.
It's a tool that's
But it also
mandatory.
leaves this wide open for liability. That's where the other challenge in this, Heidi mentioned it too, is can't force people into treatment. So once you come to that level, then you can get an attorney. And so there, that leaves us all bound up there too. Good time to really, really work on this and really dig in deep and take that 2 years at least, because this has got a lot of way to work itself out.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question that delay is essential, really, is the way I would see it.
And our mental crisis team may just kind of step in and make this easy. Let's think positive.
Exactly.
God, it is the year of the heart, huh?
It is.
Okay, Phoebe, there's so much that goes into this. Obviously, the delay is, again, as I say, very essential, I believe. Is there any public comment on this item? There will be at some point, yes. Dean?
Chair, we received one e-comment, and we also have a caller. Would you like me to read the e-comment?
Yes, you want to bring the caller in first, and then
Sure.
we'll do the comment after.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Let's do the caller first.
Hi, Board of Supervisors. Matthew Coulter calling in. I tried to call in earlier, but wasn't functioning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Matthew.
Hello? Okay. I never know. It's just a blank screen. When I was in jail, I got to meet a lot of folks that were coming in and going out repeatedly. Some were put on holds. I've asked the Board of Supervisors to listen to our local scanner and listen to the amount of people that run away from the hospital on a daily basis in their hospital gowns that are on holds. There seems to be a disconnect with mental illness in this county and our hospitalization and using the jail as the dumping ground for the mentally ill. When I was in there for 3 months, I got to watch a lot of people that were very ill come in and go out over the weekends when they never were connected with services. And even the jail staff said that people come in on a Friday and go out on a Sunday or Monday because we don't want the tourists to see them, therefore we put them away for the weekend. This is what's going on in Nevada County. When I was in jail previously, 2018 to now, I've never been convicted. I was in court this morning. I'll be in court again 2 more times this week. But I'd just like to say that it is insane what we are doing with our county and what we are doing to the homeless, which leads to mental ill, substance abuse, the unhoused, the amount of tents that are popping up on the medical establishment on Old Tunnel Way. We're allowing these things to happen directly in front of us, and then we want to put Band-Aids on stuff. When I was in jail, Shannon Moon personally tried to 5150 me. The hospital wouldn't do it because I didn't meet the criteria. Of course I didn't meet the criteria. It's used as a punishment by the police on certain people in town to get them tied up in the system, and it'll continue to be that way until the state steps in and takes control of it. Like so much things that are going on in this county, we've got to go to the state level to get any action, including the appeals court, because our court systems won't even function properly. It is a disgrace. And the amount of people that are dying on the streets out here that we never get to hear about, we need to put up a thermometer in front of the Root Center, and we can just draw it in as people die for the year for the people that we've helped that are homeless that could have been helped. They want to be helped. They're right in front of you. And I would have to say, in this county, alcohol is the biggest drug problem there is. Hands down. Alcohol, DUIs, wrecks, crashes, that is also every day, and the CHP will agree with that. So please consider rapid action with reality of getting people even in a tent, a safe space to be, so people aren't so stressed they have to continually move every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. It's good we have the state to fall back on, isn't it? But it obviously is an issue, and I think you can see why the law is made. It's just going to be a challenge. And I think probably we end up in situations like Matthew talks about, simply because we don't know, or we don't have those facilities. So you got 2 years, to resolve it, maybe. Is there any other questions? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, yes, read that in, please, Teen.
Okay, we received an e-comment from Suzanne Nobles in support of this resolution. The comment reads, "Please approve and adopt a resolution deferring implementation of the changes to Welfare and Institutions Code, Section 5008, Senate Bill 43, until January 1, 2026, as recommended by the Behavioral Health Department. More lead time is required to develop new policies and procedures, hire staff, and expand treatment capacity to adequately implement the provisions of SB 43. At least a 2-year delay is needed to develop and roll out a program to adequately serve the needs of eligible individuals in Nevada County."
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any other comments from the board? I would entertain a motion then,
So moved.
as I close the public hearing. And I have a motion from Supervisor Swarthout, second Supervisor Hall. Madam Clerk?
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Phoebe. Okay, Board, I have a bit of a dilemma here. We have some time until our next agenda item, which is a public hearing at 11 o'clock. We can do announcements, although I do want to have a break at some point here before the 11 o'clock. And I know we have a pretty good period of time this afternoon waiting for our 4 o'clock agenda item. So do you have any preference? It's just, will be a fairly long delay, 25 minutes. Okay. Yeah, then we're going to take a recess until our 11 o'clock agenda item. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Chair.
We'll call back to order and reconvene the regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors of Nevada County, December 5th, 6th? 5th, 2023. 5th, yeah, 5th. All right, our next agenda item is a public hearing to consider the CEQA initial study mitigated negative declaration and wetlands management plan for the North San Juan fire suppression system. The proposed project is to construct water system facilities for fire suppression in the North San Juan community. The system will include a 330,000-gallon steel water storage tank, a well with pump and related controls, a well building approximately 3,850 feet of 12-inch pipeline, 500 feet of 6-inch fire hydrant lateral pipeline, 12-inch butterfly valves, 6-inch gate valves, and fire hydrants. The location is the western Nevada County within and adjacent to the North San Juan Rural Center, including State Highway 49 south of Sweetland Road to Oak Tree Drive, portions of Flume Street, Reservoir Street, Cherokee Street, and Oak Tree Road. And with this, we have Stephen Whittlesey from Public Works and Marie, and I couldn't get the last name, Marie.
Maniscalco.
That's right. Steve, I think you're going to introduce it.
Yep. Thank you for holding this public meeting this morning. My name is Stephen Whittlesey. I'm the senior civil engineer in the Department of Public Works. I'm here with Marie Maniscalco in the planning department. She handled the environmental portion of the project. We're also joined by Keith Nibb. He's our design consultant on the project, and also the North San Juan Fire Protection District, Chief Tom Browning. So this morning we're going to talk about the fire suppression system. There are two items related to this public hearing. The first is the environmental document, and the second is the application to the Local Area Formation Commission to form the county service area, which is used to pay for maintenance of that system. Overall, we're going to go first into an overview of what the project is, its components, just so you have context for what these items are related to, and then we're going to go into the individual items, and then we're going to close with public input, comments, and questions. So the overview of the project, it involves a fire water storage tank, a distribution system, forming the county service area, and creating the mechanism for assessing parcel charges. The system is going to be owned by the county and operated by the North San Juan Fire Protection District. The project is intended to remove a barrier for economic development in that community, the community of North San Juan. It's really on individual landowners to provide their own fire water storage without this centralized system. They would have to have their own tanks of varying size depending on the size of the building. But with this, there's one centralized tank that we're providing in the community. It will also greatly increase the fire suppression capabilities in North San Juan. The project is needed in the community because there's no reliable sources for fire water storage beyond to the scale that we need in that community. It's also a community that's been historically devastated by wildfires, so this is an effort to prevent or lessen the impact of wildfires in the future. The existing practices for the fire suppression are to utilize the water that is already stored on fire engines, and also when those fire engines completely deplete their water supply, then they have to drive to a storage location like a pond or a private water storage tank to continue to fill up the engine, transport it back. This would provide fire hydrants that would meet that need. So the overall proposed facilities to meet the project needs, it's going to be a 330,000-gallon fire water storage tank in the community with about 3/4 of a mile of 12-inch pipe and fire hydrants located strategically throughout the community. Here we have a map showing where the facilities are proposed. Up on the north part of the map, on the top of the hill, is the location of the proposed water storage tank. Then we have all of the water mains that kind of network out across the community. We have a Highway 49 crossing at the bottom of Flume Street, and a well at the bottom of the hill that will refill the system over time. So now I'm going to pass it on to Marie. Now that we've overviewed the project, she's going to discuss the environmental document and the requirements for the project.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Marie Maniscalco. I'm an associate planner with the Nevada County Planning Department. I prepared the environmental review documents related to this project. That includes an initial study with a mitigated negative declaration per CEQA. We also have a management plan because work is proposed within 100 feet of potential wetlands in this area. The initial study was published at the end of September with a 30-day public comment period closing October 29th. We did not receive any substantial comments. The only 2 letters that we received regarding the CEQA report were from Caltrans and the Regional Water Quality Control Board. They're the standard letters that just say you'll have more permits with us. So we'll continue to work with those agencies for encroachment permits and stormwater pollution prevention plan. Some of the project-specific mitigations that came out of this report include a monitoring for adjacent wells. The proposed well, currently the plan is to fill the water tank from the proposed well, but that's going to be done under close supervision, making sure that any adjacent properties are monitored for both the water quantity and quality. The storage tank will be painted to complement the natural setting. It's up on the back of a parcel at the top of Flume Street, so we're looking to make it as least impactful visually to the community as well. There will be traffic control plans to minimize any impacts to Highway 49 and local neighborhood traffic. And it also requires, from the land use side, ensuring that any of the easements that are proposed across, there's just a handful of easements that are proposed for pipeline across private property. And so all of that documentation will need to be finalized prior to issuance of any building permits. The management plan specifically identified by Ted Beatty and his environmental consulting firm. He's one of Nevada County's pre-qualified biological consultants. They identified 4 areas of potential wetlands, and so this really errs on the conservative side by implementing erosion control measures, water quality protections to ensure that there's no damage to this potential resource in this area. And all of those mitigation measures are included in the mitigated negative declaration. I'm going to pass it back to Stephen, who's going to talk about the CSA formation application and process.
Thanks, Marie. So this is the second item related to the project. First, we're asking for the board to approve a budget of approximately $3,000 to apply to the local area formation commission to begin the process for forming the CSA. We've completed what we believe is a very thorough application to LAFCO. This consists of the 5 documents. All that remains is to fill out the application form, pay the fees, and submit it to LAFCO. LAFCO will then be responsible for forming or evaluating the application, ruling that it is complete, and then making the determination that there is a connection between the proposed fee, the boundary, and the level of service that we're looking to provide to the landowners. The CSA is necessary because it is the mechanism that collects the fees and the parcel charges from the landowners. Otherwise, there would be no mechanism to make sure that the people who are paying for are the ones who are benefiting from it in that area. The fee itself would pay for the operation and maintenance of the system. It's not related to the construction cost of that system. So on an annual basis, it would reimburse the North San Juan Fire Protection District for all the maintenance and would be deposited in an account to go strictly to that maintenance of that system. The fees can't be charged until the service is provided, so no fee will be charged based on the action from the board today. This is only to submit the application to LAFCO. The fee can only be charged after the system is constructed and fire suppression water supply can actually be provided to the landowners. The system, the level of service that we're looking to provide is 330,000 gallons with a flow of 2,750 gallons per minute for a duration of 2 hours. It's dictated by the largest single structure in the area, which is approximately 11,300 square feet. This system does not provide individual landowners with fire sprinklers in the buildings. It is a resource that they can connect into so that they don't have to provide their own firewater storage. Here we have a map showing the proposed zone of benefit, which will delineate the boundary of the county service area. The criteria used to define the zone of benefit is any parcel within 1,000 feet of a proposed fire hydrant location. This criteria was determined because the fire engines typically carry about 1,200 feet of fire water supply hose that they can connect to the fire hydrant, take it to the property, and approximately 200 feet are used for navigating bends along the route to that parcel. Once on the parcel, they'll have discharge hose to provide fire suppression further into the properties. The zone of benefit is going to be applied to approximately 142 parcels in that zone of benefit. The total operation and maintenance cost will be divided by the 142 parcels, and it will come out to approximately $128 per year per parcel. The next steps in creating the county service area, if it's found to be approved by the Board of Supervisors, it will then be submitted to LAFCO, who will condition, if it is successfully determined to be complete and conditionally approved by LAFCO, it will be conditioned that it will go to a protest period of 45 days, I believe, in which the landowners can submit protests. And if the majority of landowners protest the formation of the CSA, it will be terminated. If a majority is not reached, it will move on to a ballot, which the Board of Supervisors and the clerk of the board will issue. And if a majority of the ballots received are in favor of the formation of the CSA, then it will be formed. Here we have a schedule showing the next steps in the formation of the CSA. Today we're on December 5th, so the top public hearing, where we're asking the Board of Supervisors to consider forming or applying to form the CSA with LAFCO. Then at the next scheduled meeting for LAFCO or a special meeting in February, LAFCO will review the application and may conditionally approve the formation of the CSA, conditioned upon a successful Proposition 218 ballot hearing. Over March is going to be that protest and reconsideration period, so it's going to be the opportunity for the landowners to protest the CSA formation. Then in April, the board will hold another public hearing evaluating if there has been a successful protest, or if there hasn't been a protest, they will move on to issuing the ballots for the Proposition 218 assessment. Then we'll give them 2 months to submit the ballots, and then in June, we will have the ballot hearing where ballots will be opened, counted, totaled, and then if there is a majority in favor, then the CSA will be successfully formed. After the CSA is formed, and going forward for the next year, the county will be looking to secure additional funding for the project, and then the project is planned for construction within 2 to 3 years. So in conclusion, we're asking the board to have two actions related to this project. The first is to approve the resolution to adopt the project-specific mitigated negative declaration and the associated wetland management plan. The second is to approve the resolution to establish the county service area for the North San Juan fire suppression system, and approve the clerk of the Board of Supervisors to submit the resolution of application to LAFCO with a budget of $3,000. The second action is contingent on the approval of the CEQA environmental document. In other words, we can't do the second action without the approval of the first. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen, and thank you, Marie. Okay, so this is a public hearing, so we have the opportunity to hear from the public. I'll bring it to the board first for any comments or questions. And Sue, this is your project.
Well, actually, this has been a project of a group. I see Sarah sitting out in the audience when she was working in our office. The work that went to get this started again was huge. And the work Marie and Steven's done, Mr. Nibbs back there. I mean, this has been a really big project. I'm excited to see it happen. The first conversation of this started 12 years ago or even longer ago. And for North San Juan to actually move along and do anything to develop economically, this is incredibly important. So I'm excited to see this, and I want to thank everybody from planning to engineering to all the work that has to be done, and I really feel confident if it goes to LAFCO that it'll be approved, because I see SR back there too, and I know how she can make things happen with that group. I mean, with the work that'll go into it. I see our chief from North San Juan here. Thank you for being here, because that's a big step up for the fire department to take on the managing that parcel of it. But this is a big step for North San Juan. I think this is really a really positive move. So very excited for the work, and I want to thank you all for getting it to this point where we are.
All right, is there any other public comment at this point before I open it for the public hearing? Okay, then at this point, I will open the public hearing, and I invite you to come forward and introduce yourself. It's not mandated, but we'd like to hear where you live and what district you're in. Come on, Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for picking me out of the crowd. I'm
sure
happy to start the conversation. I've been working on this project for 12 years. It started before I retired from Grass Valley and joined North San Juan, but really excited about the opportunity to provide the fire protection for the existing structures within North San Juan, provide the infrastructure for infill projects to continue, and just to add that boost to that town that can create a little more energy in there and give some of the essential services that we so need in that town. It's a big project for us, and we look forward to it. And so thank you for your support.
Thanks, Tom. Is there any other public comment? Okay.
My name's Rick Leslie. I own a parcel out there about a mile outside of the project. I had a whole bunch of questions. You guys have answered most of them. And the only thing that San Juan really wants is a laundromat. We need more sewer. Basically, the water project, it's a great idea. It's just the ongoing cost and everything else. I've looked at some of your construction analysis, and they seem a bit small. So you might be searching for a little bit more funds down the road as you're going into this project. You know how contractors are. They lowball it, and then they do change orders. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm going to bring it back to the board, and I will tell you that with the comments of the board, if there's anything that the public might want to talk about or question or answer, I would recognize public members here in the chambers. Madam Clerk, is there any persons online or?
No.
Very good. Then at this point, I am going to close the public hearing portion. I'm going to bring it back to the board. Sue, I'll start it with you if you have any further comments.
Just real quick, like I said, this project was looked at a long time ago, so I think some of the folks in North San Juan are just saying like, is this really going to happen? Okay, so once the real action is going to get to LAFCO as we move forward, I think we'll anticipate more public comment over the next period of time, because it's a long process. We've been working on this 2 years now, and I got to give Tricia Tillotson a lot of credit for this, being creative about how to make this happen. It takes a team to make this all work, and I just can't wait for the ribbon cutting we'll have on this tank as we get it done. So a lot of people involved again, so I just want to thank everybody.
Lisa? Nothing? Heidi?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm excited too that this is finally happening. I know that they've needed this for a long time up there, so I'm totally in support of this. I have a couple clarifying questions just so I can get my head around the whole thing. I hadn't even thought about it, but you mentioned that the businesses and some of the residences will have to connect themselves. So this will provide the tank and the pipes to get it out certain places, but then the businesses have to connect themselves. Do they pay for that, and how does that happen?
That's correct. They would pay for the extension of the system or their connection into the system, similar to other utilities like water utilities or sewer utilities.
Okay, and is that, the price ranges on their distance and all?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's going to be a challenge for the businesses.
So for be like any business starting, and remember, it's not for the potable water, this is just fire
Right,
suppression.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that helps a little bit. Okay. And then back to the construction of it, I think, did we allocate funding to build that tank?
Currently, we've received, or haven't received, but we are earmarked to receive $1 million from the USDA Rural Facilities Program.
That's great.
However, the remainder of the project remains unfunded from a specific source.
So that's going to require some more fund.
That's correct. Over the next year, we're pursuing additional funds from other programs at the federal and state level.
Okay, great. And then the fire agency is involved too, but is not committing funds at this time, I'm assuming.
No, they will be committed to the operation and maintenance of the system once it's constructed.
Which will be funded by the
county service area.
Okay. Just trying to figure out how the money is all coming together and the fire agency, because you're the ones who are going to be using it. So you'll be also overseeing the operation and maintenance. Okay. Okay. Oh, I didn't realize all the funds weren't there yet. So that's excuse me, but we'll be working on that at the county.
Yes, and this action would put us in a better position to secure those funds.
Makes perfect sense. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
No specific questions. I just was curious, providing you're still looking for the funds, when do you expect it to break ground?
We expect construction in 2025 at the earliest.
Okay. Yeah, sooner would be better.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah, and a big thanks to all the staff, the Ledge and Reg team that put together the connections to gain this earmark. I'd just like to point that out, that our work that we talk about during strategic workshops and other times, and it seems like a lot of monkey motion in the background, but it actually results in funding for our community and 49 safety improvements and other objectives that have been provided. So I just want to say thanks for everybody that works on that. This kind of happens year round, but we never, occasionally we get funding like this, and it's great. So anyway, thank you to everybody. I'm really excited for it. Yeah, and I think there's a lot of communities like this dotted throughout Nevada County that just need just a little bit more, like a little bit of infrastructure, a little bit of fire protection, a little bit of help on insurance, and the county is really the only rural service provider, right? There's no incorporation, no cities, towns, and kind of limited special district support. So I'm confident that LAFCO will have the acumen to weigh in properly on all this, but I expect it to be supported. So yeah, thank you for bringing it forward.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is a great project, too. I think that having suppression in the town, in some ways, you never know. When a fire gets away, it could be headed our way. And I don't know, Tom, my envision is, though, the small communities that we see in fires such as the Caldor fire and even the Camp Fire, where the communities are lost, they're just gone. It would seem to me that a system like this gives you a fighting chance. Am I correct, Tom? Yeah, yeah. So I think this is wonderful. And of course, it all depends on being able to form the CSA, am I correct? Yeah. So you really can't start it much earlier than 2025, even if we had the money, right?
If we had the money, we could construct it, but then the county, and generally it wouldn't be constrained to those landowners who are benefiting from it, paying for it.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Any other? Yeah, Artie?
Sorry, when's it scheduled to go before WAFCO? Thank you. February?
Yeah, February. Oh, I see, maybe we're scheduled in February.
I'll try not to be late.
Sue?
I know, and I didn't want to be remiss, but, Doug LaMoffa, there were so many applications that were applied for this. Again, the team did a good job. They had to get the application there, but I would like to just thank Doug LaMoffa for choosing this project. We had 3 big projects through this earmark program, and so little North San Juan, I'm going to make sure he comes to my ribbon cutting.
Well, I think we need to commend our own team here in knowing opportunities that go after grants and then being able to lobby for them. So I commend our staff here within the county too. And with that, is there any other comments? Sorry, clerk, I know I'm not supposed to do this, but if there's any comments, seeing none, and you guys are through, then I'll entertain a motion. And I think I'll close the public hearing, and I think we have 2 motions to go through. The first one is a resolution adopting a mitigated negative declaration in connection with the North San Juan Fire Suppression System project and approving a management plan for development within 100 feet of wetlands.
So moved.
Motion, Supervisor Hook.
Second.
Second, Supervisor Bullock. Madam Clerk.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes. And our second resolution is a resolution of application to the Nevada County Local Area Formation Commission for formation of a county service area in North San Juan for the North San Juan Fire Suppression District. Motion, Supervisor
So moved.
Hook.
Second.
Supervisor Swarthout. Madam Clerk?
District 4?
District 4, yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes. Thank you. Congratulations. All right. With that, we are going to be going into closed session. At this time, I'd like to ask County Council to read the closed session items into record. And if we could move our conversation outside of the chambers, please.
Thank you,
Or
Chair
you can stay
Schofield.
if you wish, Trish.
So we have two noticed items. The first is pursuant to Government Code 59456.8. I'm requesting a closed session regarding the real property negotiations. The negotiator for the county is Justin Drinkwater, and the item under negotiation is the property use of 950 Maidu Avenue related to negotiating with the Judicial Council of California related to the courthouse. The second matter is pursuant to Government Code 54956.9. County Council is requesting a closed session with the Board of Supervisors to discuss 4 matters in which there are significant threats to litigation. It should be noted that uploaded to 3 of the items, there's 2 items related to Mr. Taylor, and both he and his attorney have been notified of that. And there's 1 item related to Rice Gold, and the attorney for Rice Gold has been notified of that. And again, letters were uploaded.
And Chair, if I may, on 2 of the items related to Michael Taylor, for the purposes of perception during this election season, I'm going to recuse myself on those 2 items.
Very good. Thank you, Heidi. So with that, is there anyone who wishes to provide public comment on any of these meetings, either here in the chambers or call in? Madam Clerk.
There are no callers.
Very good. Then I'll close the public comment portion, and we will proceed into closed sessions.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door, to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness
They have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get into under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
from the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get into under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
You look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock. And at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang, picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
You look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get into under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock. And at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear.
Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
You look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
from the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock. And at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, you know, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to.
We will reconvene the regular meeting of December 5th, the regular meeting of the Nevada County Board of Supervisors. Have a couple very special agenda items here.
And especially the report out of closed session.
First of all, we're going to read ourselves back in. County Council, please.
Thank you, Chair Schofield. So related to the first item, SR 234881, approval of negotiating a lease was given to the staff. Related to SR 234867, related to the two matters as named, related to Michael Taylor, direction was given. Related to the matter related to Rice Gold, information was provided, and related to the other matter, direction was given.
Thank you, Kit. All right. Back into our regular agenda, and I apologize for the delay. Closed session went quite a long period. But right now, we are honored today to make our first certificate of recognition, and this is for Under Sheriff Alicia Burgett for 25 years of dedication and service to the Nevada County Sheriff's Office. What I'm going to do is read the certificate of recognition, and then I have another presentation that's being made by the mayor of the city of Grass Valley, and then we'll open it up. I'll turn it over to Shannon from there. Is that okay, Shannon? You okay with that? Okay. And then we'll bring it to the board here, and then our general public comment. So this is an honor here. So the County of Nevada Board of Supervisors take great pleasure in recognizing and thanking Under Sheriff Alicia Burgett for 25 years of dedication and service to the Nevada County Sheriff's Office. Under Sheriff Burgett's career in law enforcement began in 1998 when she served as a group supervisor for Nevada County Probation at Juvenile Hall. Shortly after graduating from the police academy at the top of her class, she became a reserve deputy for the Nevada County Sheriff's Office in 2002. She became a full-time patrol deputy with the Nevada County Sheriff's Office. Throughout the years, Under Sheriff Burgett worked in nearly every division of the Sheriff's Office, rising through the ranks as evidenced by several promotions. Her promotion to Under Sheriff in September 2019 made her the first female to assume that Under Sheriff title in Nevada County. Her dedication to law enforcement led to well-deserved awards and recognition. In 2003, Under Sheriff Burgett received the Bronze Star for bravery from the Nevada County Sheriff's Office, and in 2020, she was presented the Woman of Persistence Award by the League of California Cities Women's Caucus, an honor given to only 2 women in leadership, quote, who have shaped local history and its future throughout their tireless commitment, unquote. Under Sheriff Burgett served as president of the Deputy Sheriff's Association, served on the board of Sheriff's Management Association, participated in all county labor negotiations, and received several Sheriff's Office letters of commendation for her investigative work on homicides, sexual assaults, and narcotic cases. Therefore, the County of Nevada Board of Supervisors take great pleasure in recognizing and thanking Under Sheriff Alicia Burgett for 25 years of dedicated service to the Nevada County Sheriff's Office and all that they do to better the lives of our community. Thank you, Alicia. Where is she? All right. With that, I'd like to recognize Mayor of the City of Grass Valley, Jan.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm actually here taking off my mayor's hat and putting on the hat of a board member and founder of the League of California Cities Women's Caucus. Just as a little background, the League of California Cities Women's Caucus is a nonpartisan, multicultural organization of public officials who are dedicated to advancing and empowering women as leaders and advocating for issues that improve the well-being of women and their constituents throughout the state of California. In 2020, just as COVID started, I was ready to present this award to Alicia Burgett. Unfortunately, it is very past due, but we are here today. The League of California Cities Women's Caucus honors women of persistence who have shaped local history and its future through their tireless commitment and persistence to doing the best that they can for them and their country and their communities. Alicia Burgett is the Undersheriff of Nevada County. She has over 23 years of law enforcement experience and is a speaker at the Citizen Academy, Employee Academy, and NCCLI class presenting on women in law enforcement. Alicia Burgett is fifth-generation Nevada County resident. She was born in June of 1972 to a single 17-year-old girl. Alicia saw her fair share of hardships growing up. She suffered at times from effects of poverty, abuse at the hands of others, to watching her mother suffer to ensure their survival. From an early age, Alicia witnessed the value of hard work and understanding right from wrong by watching her mother. In grade school, Alicia participated in a program supervised by the San Diego Police Department. Children in the program worked with a patrol officer assigned to their school and were tasked as crossing guards before and after school. This program also offered an exclusive and free summer camp program to try and keep kids out of trouble while having them interact with San Diego police officers to build trust and acceptance. Alicia participated in this program as a camper in 1984 and as a camp counselor in 1987, 1988, and 1989. Officer Thompson was Alicia's mentor and ensured he maintained contact with her throughout her turbulent life to keep her focused on staying in school, achieving good grades, and staying out of trouble. This relationship played a key role in her life and even pushed her to want to get into law enforcement. After graduation, Alicia joined the Air Force as a firefighter. At the age of 19, she became a single mother. She found herself back in Nevada County with no income, no support, no place to live, and no way to support herself. She was taken in by her 94-year-old grandmother and given a place to live, but had to ask for state assistance via a welfare program and eventually participated in the Women, Infants, and Children's program, which all saved her life. Seeing how her life has somehow going to repeat itself with her daughter, Alicia was determined to pull herself out of her situation and make a better life. With surviving being her sole focus, she temporarily forgot about becoming a cop. It wasn't until 1998 when she decided to follow her dreams and put herself through the police academy. At the time, Alicia had 2 young kids, a husband, a household to run, and she worked weekend graveyard shifts at juvenile hall. She graduated top of her class and was the first female to earn the Director's Award, which is the top award earned in the academy. Alicia joined the Nevada County Sheriff's Office as a reserve deputy sheriff in 1999 and eventually went full-time in 2002. Alicia has been a patrol deputy, search and rescue coordinator, court bailiff, narcotics investigator, detective, sergeant, lieutenant, captain, and in 2019 became the Undersheriff of Nevada County. Kids have always been important to Alicia, especially the most at risk. Alicia volunteers at Union Hill School in one of the kindergarten classes. Her hopes is that she can be for them what Officer Thompson was for her, a supportive mentor and who believed that the ability to be awesome. So a lot has happened in the last 3 years when she was supposed to receive this, and she has proven over and over again that she has the commitment and the persistence to earn this award. So the League of Women Caucus presents to Alicia Burkett, 3 years late, I apologize, this award of the Women in Persistence. This award is given to 7 women only in the entire state of California who have earned this right and this distinction. So, Alicia Burkett, can you come get your 3-year-old award?
Thank you, Jan. Alicia, why don't you stay up here? Yeah, I know you want to be part of the team. Sheriff Moon.
I was just telling her what to do.
One of the last times.
Chair Board, honorable board members, thank you so much for allowing us to publicly recognize one of my best friends. Under Sheriff Burkett has dedicated 25 years of her life to serving the residents of Nevada County. Under Sheriff Burkett is a 5th-generation resident of Nevada County, Air Force veteran, and her career began in 1998 when she served as a group supervisor for the Nevada County Probation Department at Juvenile Hall. She was promoted several times throughout her years as a sheriff's office employee. She jokingly always says, I was the first, she was the second. It's a tough road to follow sometimes. But she definitely is the first, as being the first undersheriff of Nevada County in the history since 1851. She worked nearly every division within our office: patrol deputy, court security bailiff, search and rescue coordinator, detective in major crimes, investigator in the narcotics task force, sergeant in patrol in both Nevada City and Truckee, lieutenant in patrol, corrections and investigations, captain in corrections and administration, and for the last 4 years, she's served as your undersheriff. The efforts and dedication of Undersheriff Burkett have directly led to the well-deserved awards and recognition by her peers and by the greater community. She was our case agent in the murder of Shawneen Zupan, who was shot and killed by her husband on McCourtney Road in Penn Valley in 2005. Due to Undersheriff Burkett's hard work alongside our district attorney's office, Frank Zupan was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison, which is ultimately what he received as he died incarcerated in a California state prison. In addition to serving Nevada County, she has shared her knowledge of law enforcement through course workings with the general public, during the Citizens Academy, Employee Academy, NCCLI, Homeowners Association meetings on how to protect yourself, and has been on the CEO's Advisory Council in their inaugural year that the CEO created that. Undersheriff Burkett's nickname in our office is Bear. I don't know if anybody knew that or not. But a bear, the symbolism of bear, is clearly power, courage, strength, and 100% protected. She protects everyone around her, and she has protected me so many times. So, although we will miss all of those things from Alicia in our office, me very personally, we are so very happy that she's able to reach this part of her career and be retired and enjoy her wonderful family. And I just really appreciate everything she's done for our community, our office, and wish her well on the next chapter of her career. And I hope she has some words for us.
Thank you, Shannon.
I'm very honored for everybody that's here. I know probably 80% were ordered. Doesn't matter. You still showed up. I do appreciate, I want to recognize Clint Bates. I went to the academy with him, so he can verify everything that's said. It has been a journey. It was weird to hear my life story. I tend to forget about a lot of it, but it is important as law enforcement and members of the community to reach out to those children that you just want to toss aside and forget about and recognize that they all have potential. And I hate this because I'm going to get emotional, but thank you for your recognition. It means a lot to me. I'm going to miss my family, but I'm going to join my husband, who's been waiting 9 years for me to retire, and we are off on our new adventures. My new titles is mom and now grandma, and I look forward to finally making it to the end, and I appreciate your time and recognition. So thanks to everybody. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Alicia. Don't leave yet, Alicia. All right, what am I forgetting here? I know we're going to do a photo op, and I'm going to open it up to public comment. I need to bring it to the board. That's what I need to do. Lisa, you want to start?
Happy to. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Yeah. Want to look you in the eye. So I first met Alicia in 2018 through the sheriff, and I was totally prepared to dislike her because she was such the opposite of me, tough and conservative, and she just seemed like such a cop. But after spending a couple of evenings together, we really realized how much common ground we had. And when I started volunteering in the sheriff's office, I learned so much from working with Alicia. A few acronyms, I'm still working on those. But I learned that it was possible to be tough and be really good at your job and be really compassionate in how you treat people. So you will be missed. Even today, they let me come into the office just to say hi, and it'll be sad when I walk by your door and you're not there, but I know we will keep in touch, and I wish you the best in retirement. It can be fun. I know you'll be back doing something else because you're going to get bored after a while. Yeah, just thank you so much for your work and your dedication and everything that you've done for our community, and keep on persisting.
Sue.
Oh, Alicia. You have been so good to me. I always think of these calls I make to you, and you're like, oh, dial it down, Susan, dial it down. You've always been that good person for me to make me realize the importance of the work that you are doing, but yet, like she just talked about, the compassion that you give to the people that you have to work for and work with, whether it's a big issue or a little issue. And I just always appreciate that. I think I've called you in the night, and you've always been there for me in this community, and I think that was very special, because it showed your passion and your love for what's going on here and for all the people. And so I am going to extremely miss you, and I hope you warn Sam, because I hope we can have that kind of relationship. But you are such a powerful, sweet, compassionate, I like the bear. The bear thing really fits you, and I love that we're both fifth generation. And I'm excited for you and your new adventure. So my brother lives somewhere that way, so we may still run into each other, I'm sure. So congratulations, because you deserve every bit of this recognition. You are a superwoman.
Artie.
Yeah, congratulations. When I came in the door, you were sitting where you always sit, and I could tell with a smile on your face when I asked you about your plan. You have a plan, and it was so awesome to see that like exuberance on your face. I think we first met during COVID, And it was such a stressful environment, and I was new, and I would always look over at you like, we'd see a character come in or somebody come and go or some outburst in here, and I'd always look over to you to see like what reaction was going on. And it was always steady as she goes, you know, kind of giving us insight and help and support. So you've done a lot, and I really appreciate your story in being able to disclose a human kind of perspective in your journey, because it gives everybody else who has had all of those challenges themselves understand and connect and relate to you. And then hearing the award that Jan presented connects you to our community in a deeper way. And you made a choice to stay in our community and serve, so thank you so much for doing that. And I hope other people connect with you, and I hope we can connect, the county can connect kids and our youth commission and other people to you and look to you to be a mentor in their lives, because you've been through it and you've been here and served others well in that process. So congratulations to you. You pulled it off, and I can't wait to see what you do.
Heidi.
Congratulations, Alicia. Honestly, you look the most relaxed I have ever seen you. It shines, so you well deserved this chance to rest. I haven't had that much opportunity to work with you. Gosh, I didn't know I could be calling her at night. If I'd only known. Yeah, she had the best. But I appreciate everything you have done and so much of yourself that you've put in to this community. I've always enjoyed our conversations, as short as they've been, because I can always count on you to tell me exactly what's going on. You tell the truth, you tell it like it is, which makes it very easy to figure out, okay, what's going on, what to do next, what I can and can't do. And your advice and counsel is really, I valued it, I know we all do. I'm also really thrilled and have great respect for that you took your own life circumstances and brought it into your job and channeled it into being good to kids in this area too. That's really special. So I think I also think you deserve this rest, and I hope you travel and party and have a really great time, and do come back and volunteer maybe for something, because I think it would be wonderful to continue to have your presence, your active presence here in the community. Thank you so much for your service.
Yeah, Alicia, I echo everybody here. I didn't know you that well either. And I think, as Hardy put out, and as Jan said, a lot has happened in the last 3 years. And the people that sit back in that corner back there are very, very special to us. And the fact that we had our undersheriff sitting there, I don't know, it just gave us a little more, I think it gave us a little more confidence with what we were dealing with up here. So Alicia, you're going to be missed. Obviously, there's some good people that's going to fill your spot, Robert. But Alicia, we just thank you for the work you've done, and we hope that we're included as part of your family also. So with that, I'd like to open up to the public. I'm sure there's a few people here would like to come down and make a few comments. If you will, come on up. We'll give you 3 minutes, but if you go over, we can be flexible.
She says anybody but him. Good afternoon, Chair Schofield, Jeff Pettit, District 2. I had the pleasure of working with Alicia for over 20 years. And in that 20 years, I was proud to call her a friend. I was proud to call her a partner. We had a lot of fun together. We had many times going to scenes and or going to drop off evidence or something like that, and joking and just enjoying our job, enjoying our career. And there was more than one time where she had me laughing so hard I had to pull the car over so that we didn't wreck the car. But, you know, her story is incredible. What she's done, what she's achieved, what she's overcome. And, you know, it's a tribute to her, to her family. I know that Jeff got to retire 9 years ago, and he's been waiting for her, and I wish you the best of luck. Retirement is fantastic. Enjoy it.
Thank you, Jeff. Alex?
Supervisor Schofield, Honorable Chair, thank you for taking this time out of your agenda to recognize Under Sheriff Burgett. And I just wanted to come forward to say on behalf of all the partner law enforcement agencies in Nevada County, the local and state agencies, we want to wish you the very best in retirement, and thank you for your years of service to us, to our partnerships, and to the citizens of Nevada County, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Chief.
Chair Schofield, honorable board members, Jim Turner, retired fire chief for Nevada County Consolidated Fire District. Where do you start with an individual like Alicia? I'd like to talk just for a second on leadership. It was said a long time ago by a former fire chief from New York that leaders are often determined way before the title is ever given. And that is one thing I can attest working my full career with Alicia, is she has been a leader from day one. Leadership is not an easy task to achieve. You can either lead because of your title, or you can lead by the respect that you've gained and the willingness of your personnel to follow. When I use words like tenacity, integrity, honor, these are all things that represent Alicia so well. And I'm just truly blessed to have spent my full career with her. And on a personal note, she has done something for me with a daughter coming up through the rank and file within this wonderful organization. She has shown my daughter that the sky is the limit. And I will always be grateful for that. So I wish her the very best in her retirement. It is one of the most wonderful things in spending with grandchildren, which she has. I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Steve Johnson, I'm the Deputy Police Chief with the City of Grass Valley. And Alicia and I, our relationship was distinct in that we were both the number twos for our agencies. And what I can say in recent years, there are so many things I've appreciated about working with you. I think the bearer description is accurate. I so appreciated your thick skin, your ability to communicate directly and succinctly. When we would talk, a lot of times it was all business, and there wasn't a lot of flowery speech or platitudes, and we just get right down to business. But we could accomplish so much in just a few minutes of conversation, and we could speak plainly to each other and know that we'd come away from that and our egos wouldn't be bruised, and we would do what's best for our agencies. On numerous occasions, I remember speaking with Alicia, and there was some sort of issue going on, and at the end of it, she would say, "Do you trust me to take care of it, or do you want to report back?" And I could always say to her, "I totally trust you to take care of it." And that's the relationship we had. It was tremendous. I've admired you, especially in recent years, professionally, but in your personal life too, with the challenges you've dealt with. And a lot of people have watched you deal with that and admired you. And so you will be missed from a fellow number two. And I really enjoyed our relationship. I wish we had had time to develop more of a friendship relationship as well, because for us it was typically all about business because we were so busy. But I'll miss you.
Thank you, Steve. Come on. Is that it? Last chance, huh? Okay. All right. We're going to have a photo op here. Oh, Jeff, I'm sorry. I thought he was coming up to take the picture.
Well, I can do that for sure. Jeff Thorsby, the Senior Management Analyst for the Board of Supervisors. I just have to say, it's just been a tremendous, I haven't gotten the chance to work with you for 20 years, but the last 4 or 5 years, and just really, and just the amount of trust, really just working with you, and just a pleasure and also fun. And then in just, really, I think Jim said amazingly, integrity, honor. I just want to say thank you personally and also from our office. Just amazing to get to work with you, and I look forward to hearing about your plans. So.
Thank you, Jeff. All right, we're going to do a photo op. Who do you want in it, Alicia? Should we try to bring this whole gang down here? Huh? Okay, bring your husband down for sure. Let's see how many we can get up here, and yeah, I think, well, I'll go down with her. Let's see if we can get as many as the sheriff's department for sure. Any of the safety officers, please come on down.
Yeah, we're all short. I'm always at like a platform up here.
The one time I'm taller than Bucket. Come on, Jeff. No, you're good. You're tall. You're great. You look great.
I'm not sheriff's office. Should I be in the?
Come on.
Oh, you're not sheriff's office. I'm not the sheriff's office. We're the only ones in the.
No, we're not. Okay, now we're leaving. Where are you guys? You said public here. We're just gonna be. We don't care. I'm right here with my two. Ed's Randy. Yeah, you guys are supposed to come up here. Come on. Come on, Randy. Herrera. We're gonna
it, folks. Okay, if we can get the law enforcement officers to get under control. Well, we have another special item here. Julie, Dutch, thanks for coming up front. All right, similar to what we just did, what I'd like to do is I'm going to read the certificate. And in this case, because this lady is very, very special to us, we're going to break it up into segments. I'll introduce it. We'll go to my right, and then Hardy, myself, and we'll finish it. All right. This is, let me read the agenda, right, Dean? This is a certificate of recognition for Clerk of the Board, Julie Patterson Hunter, for 19 years of public service to the Board of Supervisors and Clerk of the Board office. The County of Nevada Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in recognizing Julie Patterson Hunter for over 19 years of public service with the Nevada County Board of Supervisors, including 8 years as the Nevada County Clerk of the Board of Supervisors, and thanks her for her many esteemed contributions to the community. Hardy, I think. Who's next? Hardy?
Okay, now I understand what you're saying.
I'm sorry.
Now, Ed, thank you. Daydreaming. Julie first began serving Nevada County in 2004 as a board clerk, before advancing to board clerk 2 and then as the deputy clerk to the Board of Supervisors in March 2012. 3 years later, Julie served as interim clerk of the board from March through May 2015 until being appointed as the clerk of the board on May 26, 2015, via Resolution 15-216. Throughout her tenure, she served with the highest sense of ethics and duty, elevating the Board of Supervisors office and the role of the clerk of the board to an ever-increasing level of excellence.
Beginning in 2012, Julie served as a state leader through her membership and active participation in both the California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Association, CCBSA, and the California Association of Clerks and Election Officials, CACEO. CACEO? CACEO? She served on the CCBSA Executive Committee from 2016 through 2018 as Sierra Regional Co-Chair, organizing and supporting clerks serving more than 10 other counties in Northern California. On November 30th, 2017, after meeting rigorous criteria, including specific requirements of education, experience, and service, Julie obtained CCBSA's distinguished recognition as a certified clerk of the board as Nevada County's first clerk of the board to earn accreditation, one of only 8 certified clerks of the board active in the state. Just a few months prior, on May 17, 2017, Julie also obtained certification as a California State Association of Counties Institute credentialed county senior executive. Julie's engagement and active participation elevated Nevada County's leadership throughout the state of California.
During her tenure as clerk of the board, Julie finalized the preservation of the board's historical ledger, minute index books in 2022. Continuing the work that was started by Nevada County's previous clerks, Julie oversaw this delicate and meticulous project to restore and protect many county records dating back to 1856, as well as the digitalization and proliferation of these records for public benefit. Julie has maintained and improved an archival system that institutionalizes and reflects the key values of accessible and transparent government by ensuring that Nevada County's past, present, and future historical record is preserved and safeguarded for the public good and is prescribed by law. Additionally, throughout her tenure, Julie worked tirelessly to safeguard and ensure the public's ability to fully participate in the Board of Supervisors meetings. Julie supervised the Assessment Appeals Board processing of increased applications in the aftermath of the Great Recession that aided countless homeowners in the wake of the economic market crash. Through her fiscal prudence, guidance, and budget development, Julie helped safeguard public taxpayer dollars as set forth by the Board of Supervisors' fiscal policies. Through her leadership, the Office of the Clerk of the Board expanded both its administrative and direct support capacity to the Board of Supervisors, while at the same time enhanced staff's opportunity to better integrate and leverage professional and personal opportunities throughout the organization.
While undertaking these projects and other service roles, Julie served Nevada County's Board of Supervisors with dedication and excellence, working directly with the board members, special districts, government agencies, and constituents. Julie fostered a collaborative environment in which everyone had opportunity to learn, advance, and to lead. Her professional attitude, aptitude, kind and supportive mentorship, and unwavering dedication to public service set the highest standard for the Office of Board of Supervisors and the community for future generations. Julie inspired a culture of collaboration and leadership that raised the bar for her fellow and future clerks of the board. Her compassionate presence will be greatly missed by the board, the staff, community leaders, and the public at large.
Therefore, the Board of Supervisors take great pleasure in recognizing Julie Patterson Hunter for over 19 years of public service with 8 years as Nevada County Clerk of the Board of Supervisors. Thanks her for her many esteemed contributions to the community and wishes her the best for her future endeavors thereafter. Julie, thank you.
How are we going to do it now?
So at this time, I'm going to recognize the acting clerk of the board for another presentation that we have. Dean?
Okay, so as we just heard from the board, Julie has been a member of the California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Association, and one of the things we do is recognize excellent clerks upon their retirement. So as the outgoing regional chair, I have the opportunity to present Julie with a resolution from CCBSA. So with the board's okay, I would love to read that into the record now. It is much shorter. Okay, Julie. Whereas the California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Association takes great pleasure in recognizing Julie Patterson Hunter for over 19 years of outstanding service to the Clerk of the Board's office and the residents of Nevada County, and whereas Julie began her career with Nevada County in October 2004 as a board clerk, promoting to a board clerk 2 and then deputy clerk to the board, and on May 26, 2015, Julie was appointed as clerk of the board. And whereas Julie joined CCBSA in 2012, actively serving as regional co-chair multiple times, and has served on the executive committee and conference planning committee. And whereas Julie received a designation as certified clerk of the Board of Supervisors in 2017 after completing rigorous requirements in education, experience, and leadership. And whereas the clerk of the Board of Supervisors performs many legally mandated functions that preserve the rights of residents to an open and accessible government, serves as the county's informational resource for legislative records of the board, and is dedicated to the preservation of these records. And whereas the position of the clerk of the board plays an integral role in the function of county government, must be innovative and have knowledge of new technology. And whereas Julie is known for being an undisputed expert in her field, a master of her trade, and caring deeply for her staff, she is beloved by the many county boards of supervisors she has served and is highly respected by her colleagues. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Association does hereby honor and recognize Julie Patterson Hunter for her exemplary service to the public, her county, and to the CCBSA, and wishes her a very long, happy, and fulfilling retirement.
Get a picture.
Thank you, Teen. What I'd like to do, or Julie, would you like to say something at this point? We have more to say to you.
Thank you, board, so much. This is a pleasure, and team, to receive this from CCBSA is heartfelt. I've been so lucky, and I'm so thankful to have served the Board of Supervisors since 2004. From the very beginning, the supervisors that I started with have meant so much to me following through today, and I am blessed and thankful. So thank you for this recognition.
Thank you, Julie. I think I'm going to start with Heidi.
Okay, Julie, you were one of the first people I got to know when I came on the board and walked into the office and said, okay, where am I going to sit? And how does this all work? And you've been there for me. Speaking for myself, I know we all feel many of these things, but you've just been there for me in a way that I truly treasure, helping me figure things out, always professional, always kind. Just, you know, I feel protected. You have protected us, you protected me, you gave me your advice, you were always there, you were always willing to drop things. Just really great. I've never worked with someone like that who was in a support office and was so responsive and professional and kind and genuine. And I'm really going to miss you. You're very special to me, and I hope you go away with great feelings about your many years here, and know that we have appreciated you and all the work you did behind the scenes. I can't even tell you how much I've learned over the years, how much was going on behind the scenes that you protected us from. You just did all the things that needed to be done and made it look easy. And I know that there was a lot, and there will continue to be a lot. And that you took all those records and preserved them and digitized them. That's going to serve the county in perpetuity. And you had the foresight to take that on and do whatever was needed to preserve those valuable records. So just very much appreciated. You will definitely be missed, but I can't thank you enough for how you were the beautiful, wonderful face of Nevada County that I first encountered when I started.
Thank you, Heidi. I appreciate you very much.
Artie?
Yeah, I echo the same thing, and I was smiling a little bit because if you haven't experienced Julie's sense of humor, you're missing out, because Julie and I laugh a lot together, and it's always appropriate, but it's always fun too, and that's what makes our office awesome. It's pretty much all appropriate. But I will mention that you were also the first person I met at the county. It was like I came into office and I had to call Julie to get the pens and paper and everything, and I think you asked me, did you go to the office? And I was like, yeah, we're leaving that office. We got a new office across town. And she's like, well, okay. All right, well, let's get it going. And she was always helpful in producing everything we needed to do our jobs. And that sounds like, that was like a considerable effort that you took to keep us moving forward during COVID. The letters, I come into the office early, I would see you in the office early compiling all of this public comment, and every single one of those comments and every single one of those voices mattered to you when they didn't matter to other people. And for that, I have so much respect for you for having that integrity with your office and the work that you chose to do for the county. And so thank you for doing that. It means a lot to me. And your protection of the historical documents. I have a great picture of you in the boardroom with all of the big books out that I got to look at and read, and it was something we got to share together. So you've given so much to the county, and I just want to thank you, and that your legacy is going to live on. I'm totally confident the staff that remains in place are going to do an excellent job on your behalf, because they respect you and they respect the work that you've done for your tenure here. So good luck to you, and I know it's not, I think Barbara retired, and 6 months later I came in and Barbara was in there, and I was stoked to see her, so I'm hoping that we'll see you too. Thanks again, Julie.
Thanks, Hardy. I appreciate it. And earlier, I had meant to thank my team, who I just know are going to be fine. and are going to move on and take things over and take it higher than I could ever do. So it's been a pleasure working with the board, but an special pleasure with our team. They're fantastic.
Sue?
I know, I think about that, Julia, because I could just echo everything said, because you were the first spot when we come in, right? And you know, when I look at some of this kind and supportive mentorship, those words aren't even big enough. And I was just thinking, we went through a lot of change. Loriana left, and I mean, there just has been a lot of change, but it always worked, and we always made it a family in there, because really it is. And it's amazing how it works together to make things happen. And Dutch, I'm so excited for you. You got a little bit of practice on this retirement bit, but now you're gonna have this little moment, but it's great. But seriously, when I came on, I was a newbie to government, and you really walked me through it. And we went through a tough year. The first 4 years was crazy. It was really crazy for me. I went through emotional things. I called you in the night. I got locked out before and of the door, and it didn't really even matter. You always were there to figure out, okay, we can do it this way. You're going to be okay. This is fine. Let's go. I'll meet you over there. I'm like, no, we won't do that. But then Jeff, that's the thing about it, was always connected. And I can never tell you how much I appreciate you. And I'm going to miss you, but I'm very excited for you, Dutch. I'm very excited. And I am going to miss the blackberry jelly, so I do hope I see you around Christmas.
Yeah, I'll be back with blackberry jelly. I think
Oh,
maybe Dutch is not quite excited.
I know, but thank you for everything, Julie, a million times over.
Lisa?
You. So as the newest person, I haven't had that much time to get to work with you, and I think I came in, and I think like 2 weeks later you told me that you were leaving, and then I felt bad. I'm like, I hope it's nothing I said or did. But much well-deserved retirement. I know how hard you work. I did not have a lot of understanding of the role of the clerk of the board, but having been there now for almost a year, any question I ever had, you know the answer to. So that, and I know you've trained everybody up and they're going to be the same, but I've so appreciated the fact as the newest person to really know nothing. And anytime I had a question, you were there. Also willing to come in on the weekends when I was locked out of the office, and super responsive. Anytime I ever texted or called you or emailed you, you got back to me immediately, and that was very much appreciated. So you will be missed. Retirement is great. I don't know your husband, but I have total respect for him. When I went to see the Barbie movie, and he was there with you, and your sons, because my husband would not do that in a million years. So you guys are going to have a blast in your retirement, I could just tell. So thanks for all your hard work, and I know you're only going to be here for a few more days, but we'll see you in the office.
Thank you, Lisa. I'm very happy I had a chance to be with you for a year, and I wish there was more time and I had more focus to be able to help you with that. But I know that Jean, Jeff, Loriana, Claire, and Carissa, everybody will be here to help you, and you will be fine, and I'm sure you're not going to miss me once I'm gone, but I will be back with blackberry jam.
What is it with you calling everybody at night, Sue? I've never called anybody at night.
I know. I had her on speed dial. She was there. She was my emotional support.
Yeah. I think there was time you might have needed some emotional support too, you know.
Tough 4 years. Tough 2 years.
Yes, and Chair, thank you for being there when it was rough.
Well, you know, I think back to the years that I think I've been through 4 clerks of the board, I think. Donna, Kathy, started with Kathy.
Donna, Kathy, and I, so 3 of us.
Wasn't there one between Donna and, just 3? Okay.
Just 3. Maybe
Yeah.
it just kind of felt like 4.
Yeah. Well, you know, and I always say in all those years, even through some of the really stressful times that we have, including COVID, which was probably the most stressful time, I always enjoyed going in that office. there's never been a day that I haven't walked in that office and just felt that it truly is family with all of us and our team that works together. And honestly believe that that starts with the clerk of the board. I mean, if she's, in our case, it's always been a she, if a she doesn't have that same mentality and the ability to bring everybody together, then it's a much more different place to work. And I greatly appreciate that, Julie. And I think that, memories that come to me. After 26 years at the fairgrounds, I have a lot of memories at the fairgrounds, right? The one that stands out to me, you know exactly what it is, don't you? It was that day that we decided we'd be smart and bring our meeting outside because it was too really in here, unruly. It was terrible. It was terrible. And at one point, I got up, and I think I was going to go over and say to one of the guys, aren't you proud of yourself, one of the guys that was causing all this trouble? And I think it was Dan that grabbed me and just shoved me around the back of the stage. And it was followed very quickly by Julie with tears in her eyes. And she said, it touches my heart. And I think of that day, Julie, and it just changed everything. It was like, you have a place in my heart, especially after that day. But it's been a pleasure, such a pleasure working with you. Love you. Sorry, Dutch. I do.
Thank you, Chair. You are very special to me, and you know that.
Thank you. All right, let's open it up to the public for comment.
Chair Schofield?
Yes. Oh, yes. I'm sorry, Kit. And
That's okay. I know
Teen
that
and
I never jump in on these, but nobody ever understands the orchestration that goes on for these lovely agendas that go forward, look like there's been no problems, but the discussions, the amount of energy, the frustration. And so I work with Julie so closely on a regular basis. I would say the same. She was one of the first persons that I was in contact that kind of explained why we did things certain ways. And I kept explaining why we shouldn't do them that way. And she has adjusted and listened, and we have worked together as, I think, a fantastic team. So I will really, really miss Julie, and also really like the jam. So, but she is, again, just treated me with so much respect and has collaborated nonstop, and just, again, really appreciate the person behind the scenes that just makes these board meetings look so fantastic and takes care of all of the staff. So thank you.
Thank you, Kit. Caleb?
Thank you, Chair. Julie, on behalf of the CEO's office and myself, just congratulations. Thank you so much for everything you've done. And on a personal note, I really do want to echo what others have said here in terms of the way you treat people. I started in the county part-time temporary, and you treated me the same on that first day as you do today, with integrity and respect, and really as a mentor and a teacher. And you do it with great heart and great attention to detail. We all know how hard you work. I don't know if that's the best example because I think you work too hard, but you've given so much and such level of attention to detail. And as one of the supervisors said, every single piece of paper, every letter and communication from the community, you treat it with honor and respect and make sure that it's delivered and read. So just thank you so much and congratulations.
Dean, you want to add something?
Julie, thank you for being here, for sticking around for as long as you have. You're, as I said earlier, you're an undisputed expert, a total master. There are so many things you hold in your head, and the things you can't fit in your head, you know exactly where to find them. So thank you for having just that immense wealth of knowledge, showing the rest of us what's possible. And thank you for showing what it means to love a board, to love the public, to love your staff. Thank you.
All right. Let's go ahead and open it up to public comment. Jeffrey, you want to start it?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Chair, Supervisors. Julie, what an honor. You know, I started in this office, in the Board of Supervisors office, back in 2017. And I think I didn't realize at the time, but you had identified me and said, you know, pulled me and roped me into the Board of Supervisors office. I didn't know that for many years, actually. But I just want to, you know, over the time, but, you know, working with you has just been a tremendous privilege, honor, and also just has taught me so much, both professionally as well as personally. You know, one of the things that I think about is actually years back, I used to work in this restaurant, New Moon Cafe. Some of you may remember it. And there's a chef there, Peter Salea. And when I was working there, I remember I was young, 19, 20, and he would say, Jeff, come over here. And he would say, look over. And I'd be looking at some, you know, some dish. And he'd be like, what's missing? And I'd be like, I don't know, like saffron? Like, I had no idea. I'm not a chef. He'd say, no, Jeff, the love. Missing the love. We got to make sure there's love in it. And I think that's one thing you brought to the office and brought to the work that we do and support is you brought the love. And I think that leadership of putting love into what we do, thank you for that. So I'm getting teary-eyed. And I think someone just recently said, Jeff, you never get emotional in meetings. And so I guess today is the day. But I just want to say thank you so much for everything that you've done. And also the last component I would just say is you really also have just led our team and allowed every one of us in our team to really grow. And I think our offices become even further sophisticated in terms of how, you know, getting our records digitized, making those available, providing support to our board in so many different ways. And that was all through your leadership. And so you're going to be greatly missed. So thank you, Julie.
I just want to tell the board that the first time I saw Jeff, he was walking down the hall, and I said hi to him, and he said hi, and the brightness and kindness on his face, I knew I wanted to work with that young man, and how lucky am I to have had that opportunity to work with him and the others that I do. It's fantastic.
Good job. I didn't either. No.
Hi, honorable
Sarah.
board members. I'm Sarah Hollyhead. I worked under Julie in my first role here at the county. Julie, thank you so much for being my first boss at the county. Julie was my boss during probably the toughest time many of us have seen here during COVID, and she handled it with poise and resolution to just stand strong during what were some really crazy times. So good job, Julie. You were really tough, and you just stuck it out, and you were a role model for all of us. So thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Board, Steve Rose, the HR director. I wanted to thank Julie for all the times that she helped me as a new department head and as a peer, and all the favors that you did when things changed. And hopefully I've repaid you in lemons. But if not, I have more this fall, and I'll make sure that you get them. We're really going to miss you, and thank you for all that you've done to the county. You really can tell, like Jeff said, about the love and the compassion that you have for your position, and it does show, and we appreciate that. Best of luck in retirement. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Anybody else? Last chance. Anybody online?
No, Chair.
Very good. I'm going to close the public comment, Julie. But now we have to do a photo op with you and Dutch, okay? And the rest of the team. We're all here, right? We continue on. And we now have another very special item, and that is a resolution recognizing the office of the Clerk of the Board of Supervisors by retitling the Clerk of the Board to Chief of Staff / Clerk of the Board and adding additional duties to the newly entitled position effective December 31st, 2023. Mr. Rose, would you like to take over?
Yes, thank you, Chair, members of the board. I do have a short presentation. Has it been uploaded? Perfect.
There you go.
Perfect, thank you.
There you go.
So today, you are correct, as we have the retirement of the current clerk of the board, Julie Patterson-Hunter. We are looking at replacing her and making some modifications to the position. So next slide. A little bit of the history is there was an ad hoc committee that was convened by yourself and Supervisor Bullock to look at the position, how we staff it. Perfect. I'll follow these slides roughly, but also pending any questions. So they looked at the position and wanted to ensure that the core duties of the position were able to be fulfilled as they currently are with any changes. We also looked at several options to staff the position through recruitment and through some other means. And the decision of the ad hoc committee was to to appoint Jeff Thorsby, as he's already been a valuable part of the organization, the office. He knows the issues, the demographics of our county, and is very well connected and comes highly regarded. So that was one decision that was made by the ad hoc committee pending this vote. And then also we noticed that the job description could be modified to allow a little bit more growth for the deputy chief of the board, to be able to have the clerk of the board duties, but then also the chief of the office, the clerk of the board. And so we made changes to that job description, which we have now in place. And there were a few changes to that. And those changes really reflect the vision of the board, the direction of the board, and the way in which the board would like to move forward with their priorities and obligations to our community. That did result in some changes to the job description. It did result in a few changes from the salary, which is noted here in the slides. And it's also covered in the existing budget, so there is no budget shortfall impact for this fiscal year. So there's a couple of things that I wanted to just go over. The board is responsible to appoint 3 positions. It's the CEO, the county executive officer, the county council, and this position, the clerk of the board. And the ad hoc committee did reach that conclusion for Jeff Thorsby, and pending any vote or questions, pending the vote or questions to me prior to the vote, That really concludes my presentation today.
Thank you, Steve. So I think there was an ad hoc committee, and it did consist of myself and Hardy Bullock, Supervisor Bullock. And this is an item that we've been talking about for probably over a year. We've had discussions on this. And in fact, going into the budget for the 23-24 budget, we had actually anticipated the possibility of the move. Therefore, it is part of our budget, and the dollars are accounted for through the process. And I think I'd like to point out, too, this is a major change for the clerk of the board position. And I think that it really was possible because Julie was open-minded and open to actually making these kinds of changes. So Julie, thank you. And not only Julie, but also Teen coming into the position. There was a lot of collaboration. And of course, Allison, CEO Allison, and Jeffrey himself. So I just want to thank everybody for the cooperation. And it sounds like we're really making this a pretty easy process, but it really wasn't an easy process. There was a lot of work that went into this, and I just want to thank everybody that was involved. And I'm going to start with you, Hardy, of course, being on the committee.
Yeah, it was a great process. I was really excited to be a part of it. You know, I think it was all possible, as you've described, Chair Schofield, based on the succession planning that Julie had put into place and this deep bench that we have in the supervisor's office to understand that a change in the leadership or even the change in the leadership structure wouldn't be a move that would detract from the capacity of what has to happen, the official duties of the clerk of the board. And so I think we had some confidence going into it that we'd be able to make some changes creatively. And I think what came to the surface for me was the board's direction in its strategic objectives to do community building type work, to really reach into the community and not just be policy driven board, but really making changes and enhancements to our community through the board objectives and funding priorities and working with other community members. And we really saw Jeff as the person that could take the office to the next step and integrate with all the other offices. So with the CEO and CDA and Sheriff's Department and probation, all these other pieces that connect our county organization and make us so strong. It was really a pretty easy decision once we got to understand that there was nothing would be left undone and that there were people in place to handle all of those responsibilities. So, you know, from a personal note, I think Jeff has a passion for leadership that I've just so respected and learned so much from you being here in the short time that I have. But that stood out to me. And then, you know, Jeff's intellect is definitely part of it. You sit and talk with him, and it's always fascinating, interesting. And he has a lot of knowledge about everything we do here. And finally, his hard work. I mean, his straight up work ethic, in my mind, has made it an easy choice for us to bring this forward through the ad hoc. And we had some mechanics and some nuts and bolts to work through, but I think we've gotten there. And I'm really excited about the future of this position and the structure of the office. I think we have a real opportunity in front of us. I'd really like to welcome Jeff and just extend all of my support in your new position and creating a sense of culture and do it the way you want to do it because we trust you to do that.
Thank you, Hardy. You know, Sue, I'd like to go to you as the past chair. And I think there were discussions during your term.
Yeah, this is something that I think we've discussed for a while, and I think when we looked and really kind of what we saw, COVID kind of brought a lot of this to the front line with the amount of work that really does happen in just the clerk position. And it really can be a little bit overwhelming. And I think the activity of our board is the other thing that kind of pushed us forward. There's not one person here that doesn't work on some sort of a policy change, even from the state and the federal level. We're all engaged whether it's NACO, CSAC, RCRC. We aren't a board that kind of sits around. We're busy people. And Jeff was the logical choice in my idea, just because of the connections he's made for all of us through the federal and state level. I go to my RCRC meetings and everybody knows Jeff. You go to Washington, D.C., people know Jeff. So he's been there and been an advocate for Nevada County and looking at the things that we need to do here and how because this is policy driven, right? So this is incredibly important, and I have utter faith in you. Actually, I'm going to just I think there would be the little part that I miss, because that little individual now will be taking over all of that. And so I'll miss that. But what I love is they put people in a position in our office that we're going to just keep working very smoothly together. And I think that's important. I think you guys have done a good job with that. As we welcome Carissa to our team, I'm looking forward to going to RCRC with you. So I think there's a lot of great things that are going to come. So thank you.
Heidi.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is an exciting change. Change is always hard. What we had in the past was great, and I think what we're looking to have in the future is also going to be great. And from my perspective, so coming in, I think COVID did add a huge number of challenges that were new to all of us. But even before then, when I got after Ed was involved with CSAC, and I think Dan at that point might have been involved with RCRC, and then I came on to CSAC, and then we added NACO, and then we decided to do more advocacy. And that, Jeff, you just created that job. You took this interest that I had and others had, and we decided we needed to make a package out of it, and you figured out how to create this vibrant advocacy from this board based on a legislative agenda that you put together and we talked about and agreed to, and it just added to the workload. It was exciting, but it added to the workload, plus all the new Macs that brought online. And so I think the workload of this office has grown tremendously. And then with the automation for the clerk side of things, the automation and the COVID, and I mean, it's all sides of the office, I feel had workloads added and added. And the one thing that was always, impressive and worrisome was that you and Julie both never said no. We'll figure out how to do it. And I could see that the stress that brought, that was a personal stress, I think, for you. And so we needed to expand the office, and we needed to look at how we were doing things and find ways to make it work better for you all, be more humane, and allow us to keep growing as a board and for future boards, whatever, priorities they decided to do. So I think the time has come for that change, and there is not a better person who could be taking this on than you, Jeffrey. You really have led the way in all kinds of new things that we've taken on. And as Sue says, you're, oh my God, all the people who want to poach you. So we're not going to let them as long as we can. So as long as we can keep that, right? Every time I introduce him to someone else, no, you can't have him. So we appreciate that you sticking around, and it's well-deserved for you to have this promotion and to take on more responsibilities and to delegate a little bit more and maybe even learn to say no sometimes. But it's just well-deserved, and I look forward to your leadership, and I'm excited for you and for all of us.
Lisa.
That's funny that you say that, Heidi, because when I was volunteering at the sheriff's office, you were the #1 person. It's when there was an opening, I'm like, let's get Jeffrey Thorsby over here. So thank God that never worked out now that I'm in your office. But I look forward to the next phase here. I think that we're going to have a very seamless transition from, with Julie's retirement and you taking over, and you have a great team of people to work with. And when I come in, I always love to see people laughing and really getting along. I haven't seen any drama in the department at all. No one's crying in the bathroom, which is nice. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. None of the staff. Yeah. So I'm really excited to see this next phase, and looking forward to working more closely with you on some of the projects things that I'm interested in. And you just have such a fun, sunny personality. I ran into Jeffrey a couple weeks ago at a show at the Center for the Arts. And actually there's a lot of county staff there, and I said, oh, this is going to be a great show. If Jeff's here, he knows the music. It's, you know, and it was. So thanks for your support in the community and all the great stuff that you do. And I think it's great your kids came with you today.
Yeah, Jeffrey, yeah, I agree. Great having your kids here. And, you know, having my office next to yours, I like to feel I have kind of a special relationship, you know. These other guys kind of, they butt in occasionally, but, you know, it's been really, really good working with you, Jeff. And I think the last CSAC conference that we went to was a great experience, too. There's not enough that I could say about you, and these guys have said it. So I'm looking forward to working with you as the Chief of Staff and Clerk of the Board. And with that, I'd like to open it up to public comment. Caleb, did you want to say something? The CEO's office worked very closely with us on this one, too.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Congratulations, Jeffrey. This is, you know, we have such a great working relationship already, so I'm just looking to take it to the next level. And you're probably one of the most dedicated public servants I've ever met, and certainly with the best disposition. And, you know, you're an inspiration to me and our whole team, and on behalf of the CEO's office, we look forward to this transition, and we know it will be great.
Thank you, Caleb. All right, I'm going to open it up to public comment at this time. If anybody would like to speak on this issue, if they'll come forward. What happened to the microphone there, Jeff? Oh, Julie, have you ever spoken at this mic?
I never have, and actually, I don't think I've ever spoken as much at a board meeting as I have today, and it's a little odd. But I just want to congratulate Jeff. He knows who he is. He knows what people think about him, and it's all fantastic. Looking forward to watch what he does with the office, and I'm looking forward to seeing what happens with the other people in the office, because this does provide an opportunity for others to also rise up, which is exciting, to have that capacity for people to be able to move forward in their positions. So, Jeff, congratulations, and I'm so excited for you.
Thank you, Julie. Anybody else? Mr. Lee French. Hey, Lee.
Well, as an outsider to the board, I see all the results that the board puts out, and boy, Jeffrey has really added to my thoughts about how well the county is run. He seems very dedicated, and I appreciate seeing him at at most functions that require the board's input. And Jeff, I really appreciate your service and your dedication. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Very nice. Any other comment? Madam Clerk?
I have my own comment, Chair.
Oh, go right ahead.
We have no
Dean.
callers, no written comment. But Jeff, I just wanted to say I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for us. I'm proud of you. I'm honored to learn from you every single day. I look forward to continuing our lunch runs, getting sweaty on the trail, and just working together for the years to come. So thank you. Congratulations.
All right, I think we have some business to take care of. If there's no other comments, I'm going to close the public comment portion, bring it back to the board. And we have a couple resolutions that we have to take care of here. And the first one is the reorganization of the office of the Clerk of the Board, retitling the board to Chief of Staff Clerk of the Board, and adding additional duties to the newly entitled position. Motion.
So moved.
Supervisor Bullock.
Second.
Second, Supervisor Hall. Madam Clerk.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes. Thank you. And then a second resolution appointing Jeffrey Thornsby to the County of Nevada Board of Supervisors / Clerk of the Board's office to the newly entitled position of Chief of Staff, Clerk of the Board of Supervisors, effective December 31st, 2023. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion Supervisor Bullock.
Second?
Second Supervisor Hall. Madam Clerk?
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes. Congratulations, Jeff.
Thank you.
I sense you want to say something.
Thank you. And Chair Schofield, if you don't mind, I just want to make a couple just quick comments. I just want to say, first of all, I'm humbled, I'm honored, and I'm thrilled to continue to serve you and work in this new capacity. But I have to say, of course, and I appreciate all the really kind things that have been, in your belief and support in me. But of course, I just want to acknowledge the team, and I think that, the team that we have is everything. And I'm merely just one of the team members, and I'm excited to serve them. But I just want to give credit to Teen, Claire, Loriana, Carissa, and our previous team, including Sarah, and also Mandy, who's up in Truckee, and of course, Julie, and my son, I guess. Well, absolutely my kids, too. But I just want to acknowledge the team, and I think that's, and I think it will be seamless, and I think we'll work hard. I also look forward to thinking about how to further increase our work in terms of providing support to the community, and as well as on the policy piece. And I think that's, and also to the community, just want to acknowledge, my heart really is, I never thought I'd be, in this position where I get to really work and serve my community that I grew up in, as well as a community that means so dear to me and to our public, who really, leans on the work of your work and your leadership. And so to support you in those endeavors is critical. I was actually inspired last night by just a small poem, and I want to just read it, which was, "It is more than easy to remain where you're comfortable and to stay where you're at on the street, where the lamp is familiar, or the sidewalk has been trodden. But somewhere amid your fears and your doubts and the uncertainty of tomorrow, I hope on immeasurable strength for us to emerge within us, along the capacity to be courageous, the willingness to make the decision that is not easy." And I know that's something that you, as our leaders, do every day, is to make the decisions that are not easy. And I can commit to you that I will work and to support you in those efforts every day. So I just want to say thank you, and thank you to the citizens and to the county and the county executive and county council and all of our department heads. Again, one team, one dream, and I'll continue to work every day for you. So thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. I think what I'd like to do is have a photo op. And I think what we might do is ask Julie to come down also. So a picture where we're saying goodbye to Julie, thank you, and Jeffrey, welcome, and looking forward to a great future. And have your kids join us up here also.
kid, I think.
All right.
Oh, I did, yeah, I didn't think so.
All right. And those of you who are patiently waiting for the next agenda item, we thank you for your patience. Some very special times to us. So our next agenda item is the Director of Office of Emergency Services, Craig Griesbach. This is an informational presentation from the Nevada County Office of Emergency Services, CAL FIRE, Nevada County Sheriff's Office, and National Weather Service regarding winter weather planning and preparedness. Craig?
Good afternoon, Chair Schofield, members of the board. Wow, these are hard items to follow this afternoon. We're going to pivot a bit to emergency preparedness. Once again, Craig Griesbach, Director of Emergency Services with Nevada County. Partnering with me on this presentation today is part of our winter preparedness dream team, is what I would call them. This includes our OAS Program Manager, Paul Cummings, to my right, and to my left, CAL FIRE's Nevada Yuba Placer Unit Assistant Chief Landon Hack, and Lieutenant Sean Scales with our Sheriff's Office. And joining us virtually is Courtney Carpenter, who's a warning coordination meteorologist with the National Weather Service. I'd also like to recognize the many partners and staff that we have in attendance that is really vital to our winter storm preparedness and response. Next slide, please. All right. Although wildfire remains a primary area of emergency preparedness and impacts to Nevada County, over the last 2 years, winter storms have accounted for 81% of our emergency operations centers activations, which is pretty amazing. Winter storms account for major impacts throughout our community that limit travel, damage infrastructure and buildings, cause extended communication and power outages, create additional challenges for our at-risk communities, and have lasting economic impacts. Looking back at last year's winter storm impacts for our quick highlights from last year's winter storms, our Emergency Operations Center was being activated for 19 days. This was a declared local, state, and federal emergency. There was over 17,000 customers without power and communications for extended periods of time. We operated an emergency shelter for 14 days, and we had over $1.6 million in recovery aid that was provided to our residents. And transitioning to looking forward into this winter season, I'd like to hand this off to Courtney Carpenter, who's joining us virtually with the National Weather Service to give us a winter weather outlook. Courtney?
Good afternoon. Sorry I couldn't join you in person today, but hopefully you weren't waiting for me to tell you how much it was going to rain or snow this winter, but I'll give you a quick update about what we know. So next slide. So you may have heard we talk a lot about El Nino and La Nina and how that affects our winter here locally. We are currently in an El Nino. The last 3 winters we were actually on the reverse of a La Nina, and this is anticipated to continue through our winter and into the spring with around a 60% chance into early summer. The probability of a strong El Nino is up to about 50-50 odds through our spring, and you may have heard rumors or rumblings in the media, but the probability of reaching kind of that historically strong event that rivals 97-98, 2015, 2016 is around 35% currently. Next slide. So it's probably hard to see in the room. El Nino is not a storm. It's not an atmospheric river. It's not something that affects us locally. It's just a measure of the ocean temperatures along the equator in the Eastern Pacific. So this region of the ocean typically drives kind of larger scale atmosphere patterns that may impact us locally. So when those temperatures are warmer than normal, that is when an El Nino is present. And basically all our long-range climate models are saying that we will continue to be in an El Nino through our winter and into the spring. Next slide. So when we talk about what a typical El Nino impact looks like, typically this drives our storm pattern across the southern tier of the United States. So if you think about Southern California, it's typically wet during El Nino winters. It leaves the Pacific Northwest usually warm and dry, and here in Northern and Central California, we kind of sit in the middle of those two types. Next slide. So we wanted to take a look back at the past to see if that could help us predict the future. As you can see, the pie charts, the green is wetter than normal winters, the white is near normal winters, and the brown slice is dry winters. For both Northern California and the Sierra Nevada, you can see that El Ninos have recorded very dry to very wet winters. So it's not a sure bet that El Nino means that we're going to be wet this winter. And as we all know here, and as Craig mentioned, like the past winter, our water supply and our impacts here locally are dependent on those individual storms. Next slide. So we talked about that it's going to be a strong El Nino. Does that help tilt the odds one way or the other? Well, you can see the slice of the pie becomes a little more favored towards wet and near normal years. If you look down in Southern California, that signal is very much more clear with wet years dominating over dry years. Next slide. So just to kind of drive home the point that an El Nino doesn't mean one thing or the other for us locally, the top row is basically all the strong El Ninos we've seen since 1950. Green colors mean it was wetter than normal, and brown colors mean it was drier than normal. You can see that there are very dry years there, and there are very wet years. Next slide. So when we talk about comparing today's El Nino to the past El Ninos, our current El Nino developed earlier in the summer than they typically do. And if you've been following the news recently, our ocean temperatures are record warm in many places and across the globe. And so we've never seen ocean temperatures this warm, and that makes it really hard to predict what the impact is here locally. We've talked a lot in recent with climate change and how events are becoming more extreme, and that's really hard to figure out when that's coming and how to communicate that. So, you know, as we always talk about weather impacts locally, we talk about those kind of on the week to 2 week scale. Next slide. So our official winter outlook from our Climate Prediction Center, again, this isn't going to tell you how many inches of rain or snow we're going to get or how many storms we're going to see over an entire 3-month period, but it just kind of looks at the odds. And so for our precipitation outlook there on the left, odds are leaning towards above normal precipitation for December, January, and February, and odds are leaning towards above normal temperatures. A lot of times during El Ninos, we get those warm, wet storms. So that means higher snow elevations, but a lot of snow at those elevations where it does snow. Next slide. Again, our winters here in Northern California are defined by our individual storms. As we saw last winter, they just happened to come back to back to back to back, pretty much nonstop in early January and again in March. So we typically see 5 strong atmospheric rivers a year. Last year we saw at least double that. And these storms, again, are apparent in the 7 to 10 day forecast window, sometimes even out to 2 weeks. We can get a handle on if the pattern looks pretty wet. And those will be highlighted by the Weather Service in our products and our emails. Next slide. Just a couple words of caution. Again, last winter we started out in 4 years of a pretty extensive drought, and so those early storms didn't really have too many impacts locally. We're kind of starting out in a different situation this year, and so any single storm can produce flooding or localized impacts to the area. Next slide. So just a quick refresher as we head into the winter of some of our products. Next slide. You probably heard the National Weather Service issues a lot of watch, warning, advisory products. In my opinion, way too many of them, but this is a handy little reminder that you can compare it to tacos. So our watch product is when we're looking at something and we're thinking that it's pretty likely to occur, but it's several days out in advance and maybe the details will change slightly. So that's your watch. It's like we're watching something, and make sure you start to have your plans together. And then the warning, and that's when you need to be taking those actions that you had in your plans. So just a handy little reminder there. Next slide. So for winter, the National Weather Service issues products for heavy rain and flooding. That also includes debris flows for recent burn scars, thunderstorms, heavy mountain snow, strong winds, cold temperatures, and fog as well. Next slide. So if you're in the room and you're part of a government agency, Board of Supervisors, if you would like to receive a weather briefing from the National Weather Service, we send these out when there's weather to talk about, so we don't spam your inbox every day, but it's an extra heads up when impactful weather is expected to come our way. It gives you a quick 7-day outlook, and then it gives you some details and some graphics. So Craig knows how to get a hold of me. If anybody wants to be added to our email list, just please let me know and I'll be happy to get you added. Next slide. So that is all I have. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Schofield, honorable board members. I'm Paul Cummings, the Office of Emergency Services Program Manager. And as you heard from Courtney at the National Weather Service, the weather's unpredictable. We're not sure if it's going to be very dry or very wet or very normal. But either way, OES and our staff are ready for all of the above. We have significantly robustified our programming based on the last 2 years of heavy winter storms, improving our planning, preparedness, mitigation, and response activities focused on winter storms. So on the slide there, you can see just kind of a rundown of some of the things that we've improved upon over the last year or two with our lessons learned. A lot of this came about organically in the moment as we were problem solving with things we'd never seen before. And then also with after action reports where we got together with everybody and said, what happened? What could we do better? So our Emergency Operations Center, which as you were here for a few months ago, was recognized as Team of the Year. We have an outstanding EOC team here in the county made up of county staff that are the county's response arm of disaster preparedness during an event. We have a deep bench. We have a lot of folks who have a lot of experience, and we're currently recruiting and constantly adding and training to that team. So we have those folks. We have the task force model, and that's why you see different uniforms here at the table representing how we've all come together during these winter storms over the last 2 years to respond as a task force to get after the youth programming when they're available, asking for state and federal funds for recovery, which we've had success with in both emergencies. We developed a new tool during the last winter storm for community storm surveys, helping us connect with the public about what happened to folks so that we could then get them the right support in the right way, in the right time. And so that we really couldn't have gotten that FEMA individual assistance that brought $1.7 million into our community without that survey tool. Tax relief options have been available, some from the assessor's office and some just from the federal government. Building permit fee waivers and direct green waste and debris removal programs, whether it be green waste drop-off or roadside vegetation abatement programs, because as we know, thousands of trees came down and created quite a mess. So other tools, we work closely, as we always have, with 211. They were an outstanding partner, and we again just keep strengthening that partnership and finding better ways to work with them. We leaned hard into community messaging. Many of you, every one of us, should have received a mailer that was an outstanding two-sided, very graphic-heavy mailer reminding folks of their responsibility to prepare for winter storms, reminding them of some of the things that they can do to get ready. And so we received a lot of positive accolades for that. That was well received. We've been working hard to partner with our local nonprofits and our agencies, HHSA and OES, around sheltering. Working with the community organizations that are active in disaster, the Truckee COAD, they were really great in the last winter storm, and we've been working hard to try to bring that model into the western side of the county. On-call contracts, so that in the moment we can quickly pivot and activate contracts that are necessary to address the unmet needs brought on by these winter storms, like feeding, contracts for tree removal, snow removal, things like that. And so thanks to our purchasing team for getting those together and for our local partners and their participation. Regularly communicating with our partners and stakeholders around what we're doing, what threats are coming. You heard Courtney talk about that National Weather Service email that comes out. I get those directly, and I actually send them out to all the schools, fire districts, law enforcement, key staff within the county to make sure that we're not being surprised by upcoming adverse weather. We do have a California Office of Emergency Services staff member that sits part-time down in our office and that is available 24/7 to help make sure that we can get state resources as needed. Her name's Sarah Murdoch, and she's our Emergency Services Coordinator. And then lastly, really refining the process for our disaster service worker program that is managed by our office, making sure that during these events we can leverage county staff to support, again, the unmet needs that come up during these events.
All right. Chair Schofield, honorable members of the board, I'd like to take a little minute here just to say thank you to you and my partners with the county OES for some time to articulate to not only you but the public my agency's abilities to assist the county with emergency response as we move into the winter months. On Monday, this coming Monday, the 11th, we're going to be moving to our base staffing model where a lot of our firefighter 1 staff will be ending their seasonal term and moving into our what we call base level staffing or winter preparedness. So for what that means in Nevada Yuba Placer unit is we'll have 14 stations open still, staffing roughly 16 engines on a daily basis, 2 truck companies, and a technical rescue team, as well as 3 UAS drone operators that are also available. We will move to having 1 bulldozer staffed, and that bulldozer will most of the time be staffed out of the Nevada City station here. In Nevada County, or close proximity to, we'll have 1 engine at Nevada City Station 20, 2 engines at the Colfax Station 30, 1 engine at the Smartsville Station 40, 1 engine at Station 50, which is up in Truckee on the east side. We will have 3 hand crews at Washington Ridge Camp that are 24/7 availability, with a combined total with the rest of our hand crew programs throughout the unit to have 7 hand crews available. We will also have our National Guard crew, primarily through the weekdays at Nevada City Station. And our fuels crew is staffed up at Loma Rica Drive up by the airport. We have the ability to upstaff additional resources, engines, depending on the need as we move into winter months and if we have another snowmageddon type scenario to be able to further assist as well within usually 12 to 24 hours to get some of those resources back up and going. As far as emergency dispatching here, the Grass Valley Interagency Command Center, which coexists up at Loma Rica Drive with the U.S. Forest Service, they dispatch all non-law enforcement emergencies in the county and are also the OES coordinator for this OES region. And right now they're projected to reach 39,000 dispatches by the end of December. It's about 1,000 ahead of last year, even though we've had a relatively quiet fire season. They also have the ability to upstaff what we call expanded emergency dispatch in the building next door to help facilitate extended incidents and keep the day-to-day operations going. EOC support. We'll continue to provide support to the EOC upon activation or request. Capacity may be in the form of agency representatives when we have CAL FIRE resources assigned through the EOC that are being utilized throughout the county. We also have the ability to facilitate requests to assist in several different overhead roles, from operations, planning, branches, divisions, and task force leaders that were spoken about earlier. Last winter, we spent several hours in the EOC with the folks that were staffing that. For the most part, as a agency representative or liaison capacity, helping coordinate with our with the EOC for our crews that were out working with Public Works and all the other entities through the county. The task force concept for storm functions has proven to play a crucial beneficial role over the past couple winters. We'll continue to have the capacity to assist with this need, and we can also place more CAL FIRE personnel, company officers into these roles if we need to, that have experience and history doing that position of task force leader. As far as the roadways go, as it relates back to the task force, we also have the ability to provide several resources to assist with roadways, as I think was shown beneficial in the last couple of years. From hand crews to saw teams, engine companies to heavy equipment operators. Snow removal aside, down trees end up being typically one of the biggest time-consuming challenges that we face in the county with these storm systems. And aside from our hand crews, who obviously are out working, I mean, that's what they do on a daily basis is tree removal and brush removal. We have approximately 20 employees in the county area that are certified fellers and have that saw experience that we can move into positions to make additional saw teams if need be. On the topic of snow removal from structures, it's very much driven by the conditions, and it will continue to assist all the cooperators in the county, fire agencies, county buildings and everything, critical infrastructure-wise in assessing the potential for snow removal from those buildings and the critical infrastructure. The vast majority of our employees are also trained in rope systems and rescue. And it's hard to see in that picture up there, but all those folks that are on the roof system or on the roof are in a rope system tied off to each other for that operation. Recovery and support. Knowing that the work isn't done just because the snow is melted, we're all aware of that. We'll continue to be able to utilize our resources with continued recovery efforts. Our hand crews do this on a day-to-day basis already with multiple entities and agencies throughout the county. As a sponsor, they go and they do work for, say NID, the school systems and everything to remove vegetation, and that's what they do on a regular basis. So we'll be able to continue that as we move forward. And then we know it's never a guarantee, but we'll always continue to look for opportunities for direct funded grants to assist with the cleanup efforts like we've been able to secure the last couple years.
Next slide, please. So at the Sheriff's Office, good afternoon, Board. At the Sheriff's Office, we've been embedded in OES now since about 2017. Over that time, the OES has grown and the Sheriff's Office role has changed as we've had different positions down there and things like that. But what has not changed is the level of partnership or people being willing to work together. I've seen a lot of people sit in these chambers and talk about collaboration and working together and how it's different in Nevada County. And, at first you think, well, that's just what you're going to say at a board meeting, but it really is true after you see it firsthand. I've called Landon at 2 o'clock in the morning, his predecessor, 3 o'clock in the morning. It doesn't matter. We always answer the phone for each other. So when it comes to emergency incident response, we get out there, we handle it. Calls come in through dispatch, any type of winter storm, fire, whatever it is, dispatch, they're hustling in there. Our calls for service typically average around 250 a day. It can surge to over 1,000 in these particular types of events. It starts there. They're the tip of the spear, as are the deputies and folks out in the field. Welfare checks can go up to 300 or 400 during an event. We might have 17 on any normal day. So obviously it goes up quite a bit. Search and rescue has gotten new equipment over the past couple of years, tracked vehicles, snowcats from a variety of sources, a second Sprinter van that's being built out right now as we speak. So their capabilities have increased over the past years as well. In the field of animal rescue, we have the newly formed HART, as well as we still have the Nevada County Veterinary Disaster Response Team. So those folks are always out there helping us out during emergencies. Telecoms communication, we've had cell on wheels in numerous locations during these winter storms. They are few and far between, but we are able to coordinate with those folks and get what is available in the North State to this area relatively quickly. Mutual aid is a big deal. We know we can't do it ourselves, so the law enforcement mutual aid mechanism is something the Sheriff's Office takes very seriously. We work hard to maintain those relationships and ensure that we're ready to go whenever the need arises. And the most important thing in all this is we don't get to stop what we're doing normally either. So you can see from Deputy Arve sitting on top of his patrol car, that's what we're having to do every day just to get our cars out of the parking lot, like all the folks here who have to go to work. And it's important to remember we're not the only ones doing that. All of the folks who are working at county roads, public works, who are having to dig out their cars, everybody who still has to work during this, they're all having to carry on their regular operations. CAL FIRE doesn't just get to stop doing what they're doing just because there's a winter storm. So all of this stuff goes on at the time when the emergencies are going on as well. So we do appreciate your support. Thank you.
To bring this full circle, as Paul mentioned, as we look forward, together with our partners, our community, and as an organization as a whole, we are ready. We've learned a lot over the last couple of years from these winter storms, and of course we will continue to learn, but we've implemented a lot of those best practices moving forward. But the community can also help us in our preparedness mission and be prepared as well, and there's some ways to do that by being fluent with the storm forecast terminology that Courtney went over at today's presentation, being prepared to plan for medical needs, fuel, propane, all their needs to be sustainable at home. Don't just have your go bag for wildfire emergencies, have your stay bag with flashlights, batteries, food, water, medication. Make sure you're prepared for winter preparedness just like you are for wildfire preparedness. Make sure you line up help that's needed, so tree services, snow plowing services, contact your insurance carrier to make sure you have the right coverage for these type of events. Be proactive with your neighbors, friends, and family. They're one of your greatest resources during any emergency. Make sure you contact them early and often and help each other during these events. And lastly, for more resources, they can be found on our dedicated winter preparedness website at readynevadacounty.org. That concludes our presentation. I'd like to thank all our partners for being here today and partnering in this presentation, including, we have Bob Molmack from the town of Truckee in the audience. He is a great partner on all emergencies, not just emergency preparedness. Chief Robital with Consolidated, which was out there blazing around their UTV, doing rescues and partnering with our first responders. So it really is a village, but we have a special village here in Nevada County, and that's what makes all of these types of things a lot easier. And we'll be more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Craig. Paul, Blandon, John, good presentation. Sue, you want to start this?
Oh, I can. Great presentation. Sorry to step out for a second. I can't say enough. I think that where we've come from fire to snow, I'm ever amazed. I got to give you a compliment. The flyer that you sent out, I've had lots of compliments because they don't think of just going to the website. And so they're actually using it and being planned for. And I heard some folks the other day, even because now they're hearing the El Nino and the rain, people were out looking at what are these things that I need to have together to get together. And I talked to the propane company the other day, and they said people had been calling off the wall, wanted to be more prepared and have those tanks topped off. So I think some of those messaging things are going to be very helpful as we go through that. People are buying new batteries. I mean, we still have a lot of messaging to do, don't get me wrong. But I probably had 15 people tell me how much they appreciated the reminder, because we get a little complacent. The weather's kind of good and we're just kind of rolling along, and you just don't think about it. And so it was a good reminder, and I think that was, the timing was really good, because Pin Valley's going to lose power on the 8th, and which we did send some messaging out on that, but people were looking at the list about what do you need to do when the power goes off. So really, I think that you guys are doing a great job. I think we're always going to learn something every time we have a disaster, because they're never the same. But the fact that you all work together and make this all come together for the community and be in there is so important. So thank you for all of you and everybody that works as a team together. That is not usual. I was just at a meeting, and when I said, what do you mean? You guys don't do it like this? They're like, well, no, we don't have that kind of relationship. I said, well, you ought to work on it, because Nevada County has it working. So anyway, really good. Appreciate it.
That flyer was great. I think gone are the days when fire season ended and we went, okay, we don't have to worry about it now until next June or July. What did you say that the percentage was of the time OES is open for winter?
Yeah, Chair Schofield, out of all our EOC activations the last 2 years, 81% of the time it was due to
81.
winter storm.
Amazing. I meant to thank Courtney also for your report. Courtney, it's so good to know in detail exactly what to expect this coming year. I'm smiling, Courtney, are you?
Thank you for having me virtually. I appreciate it. Yell if y'all ever need anything.
I think we're going to connect with you, though. Lisa?
Yes, I will definitely be registering for having access to your website and the information. Thank you. Thanks for the explanation on what the El Nino means, because I think everybody has a different idea that it just means it's going to be a lot of rain. So, yes, maybe, or a lot of snow, I don't know. You know, we've learned a lot over the last couple of years. I would say that, you know, we had 2 extraordinary winters, and I've lived here for a long time and had never really seen anything like that. And the first year, I told my new neighbors, oh, don't worry, this is like a once-in-a-lifetime storm. And then the next year was worse. So I don't say that to people anymore, but I'm very appreciative of the work that you do, the help that you give our citizens. People oftentimes are very unprepared for the winter storms. I think in the 2021 storm, they were telling us how bad it was going to be. I didn't take it seriously. I didn't go to the grocery store. I didn't have, I didn't do all the stuff that you're supposed to do. So I think the more we can message that out to people to be prepared, to take the weather seriously, we're just, we're going to be ahead of the game. So thanks for all the hard work and the partnership with all the agencies that are involved, and also for keeping us so well informed. During the storms, the messaging that you put out to us as the board, but also to the public, was just invaluable. So I'd say keep up the good work, and fingers crossed. I just bought a house that has an actual garage I can park my car in, so I'm guessing it's not going to snow once this year. That's my prediction, but who knows? Thanks.
Heidi?
Thanks to everybody. Wow, how far we've come in 3-4 years, right? And the best thing I think we've done is, next to creating these partnerships that are so critical to making it all work, is to really be humble and learn from each time what unexpected thing came up, and be prepared for it the next time. And I'm sure we'll continue to do that, but we've come so far. I feel really like we've done a great job, and we're about as well prepared as we can be. I think, Courtney, adding your information here was really great. That's very helpful, even though there's a lot of uncertainty. I just feel like the more people know, even if it's uncertainty, the better they feel and more able they are to prepare. So that was really great. I think the flyer was fantastic, prompted us. We called our propane company. We were down to 25%, and we're going to get it filled up next week. So we're one of those many people. I mean, that was a huge lesson we learned from that last time. So I think I'm hoping, knock on wood, that'll help mean less, urgent needs that send us all into a tizzy to try to help people. So that's been great too. And then, what was I going to say? Can't even read my own notes. It's late. It's late. I think Sue, you were out when Sean mentioned that sometimes they get calls 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm assuming that was you. So, so I know we'll be prepared for those too. So thank you for all the great work you're doing. And then one, just as in terms of fire season, but one thing I just learned from my previous colleagues at EPA who do the hazardous waste cleanup after fires. A group just came back from Hawaii, from Lahaina, where they were cleaning up, and they said their unexpected lesson there was the amount of power walls that people had put in to get consistent power during storms. Those things burned up and were hazardous waste and very, very difficult to clean up. So we may want to keep in mind, start thinking about how many alternative power things people are putting in right now to prepare and what that means for us in the future. But always something new there is going to be to learn. But thank you for all the good work you're doing. All the outreach, I think, has been really, really great. Thank you for doing all that. And look forward to not a next storm, but working together if there is one. Thanks.
I don't have much to add except, excuse me, thank you to everybody working together. I still hear stories about CAL FIRE and the county and the sheriff's office working last winter, particularly in communities like Washington, really small off-grid communities. And I think it was, Craig can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was about it was like week 3 of the big, huge storm last year where we got calls like, hey, we haven't heard from Joe in 3 weeks. Or, and people were going out and still looking. I mean, some of those, I guess my point in all that is the county, some of those communities are incredibly rural and they rely heavily on the services that you provide. And so thank you for going out and serving there. And then Bob is here from Truckee, and he and I obviously share residence there and live and work in Truckee a lot. And, it affects us differently. I mean, there's, 10 more feet of snow than there is in Nevada City, but it's definitely changed the last couple of winters, and it was great to see everybody work together. I really was, it was remarkable how well we survived last winter in Truckee, and just in my opinion. And I think it was from service of people like Bob and the town and the county working together and understanding where the unmet needs were and the COAD being tilted up and TDPUD's lists that they had put into play and communications that the county and the board and the CEO's office had perfected over the years. I really, there's a lot of credit to be handed out in a bunch of different areas. I visited the EOC when Craig was in there last winter, and it was it's definitely something to witness. And if you haven't been in there, please go be a part of it for a couple hours and see what happens. There's a lot of, the morning brief is really fascinating to me to understand that everybody's communicating and connected. I sent an email to Craig a couple weeks ago just requesting that we use whatever media sources are available to us in East County, including KTKE radio and social media, because I really want people to understand that the county is the partner to our town stakeholders in that area. A lot of times they look to the town for things, and in an unfounded way, the town gets a lot of heat for whatever goes wrong in Eastern County, and I would like to be there and support our town partners and everybody else. So thanks for letting me know that we were doing some stuff there too. And then I had just one quick question. We talked a little bit about last year when the phone wires are down, and I know there's a whole discussion around copper and AT&T, but do we have a way that we can buy or loan or deploy phones or cell phones or some sort of satellite phones or the satellite connector technology that we put into Washington during storms? I mean, I guess that's an investment that I would probably vote for if we could get. That's what I hear a lot of. I don't know in your district, but when the power goes out and the storms happen, it's all about phones and communication. Just a question.
Supervisor Bullock, regarding telecommunications, that wouldn't be something that the county would invest in simply because whatever we would buy would be obsolete the moment we bought it. And there's compatibility issues and stuff like that regarding cellular devices. Typically, there's a number of COWs, cells on wheels systems, in Northern California. Obviously, they'll go out to wherever the affected communities are. But the problem with everything has to be compatible. Verizon has even stepped up as far as offering the brain of a cell on wheels to Chief Stewart And at that point, all that's needed is connection. So there are partnerships being worked out. They're limited in their capacity, usually by geography, and that particular canyon is usually the limiting factor. But there's also the limit on the number of slots that each cell on wheels has a limited number of slots that there's cell phone connectivity. But they definitely appreciated being able to make a telephone call from the Washington Hotel for the first time in history. So it is something we think about every single time.
Cellular on wheels, that's the acronym. I like it. It would be great to have a bunch of those, like in North Bloomfield and up in that area where the phone wires seem to go down more than other times. But yeah, we can talk more about that. But thank you for giving me the update.
Sue, go ahead.
Yeah, just curiosity, and I could do this, but do we have some of those flyers left? I wonder if a good place to do that would be like during the food bank, North San Juan on their clinic day, places that don't necessarily don't get mail in places, or even at their little post office. So if we had a few to spread around like that, I think that, I know it's two-sided, but we could do, back to back on them. I just think sometimes getting that message out, been trying to remind people to get their wood bought and some of those kinds of things. It just would be, I'm just thinking of some other ways just to reach folks that don't necessarily aren't on the grid like we all are.
Yeah, Supervisor Hook, we have a bunch down in our office that we can deploy and we use regularly for outreach and education sessions or when we meet with partners. We're working on deploying them throughout hardware stores and various areas throughout the community. So if you have any ideas that pop up or there's events that are happening, reach out and we'll connect on those.
Okay, that'd be great. Thanks.
Yeah, I want to thank everybody for their service too. And, I think the partnership thing is really incredible what we do have here. And you can go to the operations center and you can see all those groups together and how they do work together. But I think it's best when you see them out on the field. When I say out in the field, it's like when they're out on your neighborhood, when the Washington Ridge crew comes along on Norleen Way, which is pretty, a lot of folks use that particular street there in a matter of minutes. The trees in front of my house are cleared up and off they go. I know I was talking with Chief Robitel about a winter experience that he had or that his department had in getting into an area where the person would, I believe, had a heart attack, where nobody could get in there except basically having to hand carry the man out of there. That was quite incredible. And also the Sheriff's Department, the search and rescue group, the story I remember Jerry telling us was the woman that I think was just a check. Nobody had heard from, got in to see how she was. And she says, I'm okay, I got to get my car out though. I need to get into town. And he said, well, where's your car? And she says, well, I think your snowcat's on top of it right now. So those types of experiences were really incredible and really, really appreciated by the community. So thank you guys, and thanks for making us be prepared. With that, is there any public comment on this? We do have, hey, Bob.
I don't know how public it is, so. Robert Womack, Town of Truckee Emergency Manager. Thank you, Chair Schofield and Honorable Board, for allowing us to speak. As was mentioned by the county, the amount of collaboration is huge. It's not just the winter, it's throughout the year. And it's not always just on immediate emergency projects. I want to recognize that Supervisor Bullock has been working with the town on our emergency warming center. We lost that in October. We were advised that our group was not going to be able to staff that this year. That would have created a huge emergency for us. Sheltering in Truckee in general is a problem, and to not have that would have been a huge problem. I think we're close. I don't want to get too far out in front of everything. Every time I turn around, it seems to change a little, but we do have a path forward for this winter, and that's huge. Also, really quickly thank Truckee Down and Rec and Park District and the Red Cross. Red Cross provided us a generator. And the rec district provided us a location that we can hook that generator up so that we actually have a regular shelter, not just a warming center in the event we have a power loss. And so that generator has actually now been transferred to the town. So we're moving forward with that project. I'd really like to see the community messaging. I think I've seen a tenor change in my career, and I'm like 35 years into this. It used to be we always said, we could do whatever for you, we're here. And now it's more, you need to help yourself, and then we're here when you can't meet those needs. And I think that's really important to understand that it's huge for our citizens to be prepared. And then just real quick, visit Truckee Tahoe, and again, Supervisor Bullock and his CCC, we're working on some messaging so that we can get not only to our residents, new and old, or new and vintage, as I've been told, but also to our tourist population of what the conditions are and how maybe it's not the best time to come and how to be ready if you do. That, again, is a big change from previous years. Also with that is CHP and Caltrans. We have worked with a group that we've put together of the regional public information officers to do some internal messaging so that we know better what's going on day of events. More to follow tomorrow at our CCC meeting. And then just lastly, we have a new employee starting, hopefully January 1, and we'll be adding to our emergency services in the town, recognizing that it's a council priority and also how much it just takes in time to do these things now. So thank you, and hopefully it's a good winter.
What's a good winter, Robert? Lots of snow?
Rain on snow, not good.
Thanks for coming over the hill, Robert. Lee.
Lee French from Alta Sierra. The basic thing that has to be really put out there is getting each individual in the county aware of what's coming at them. It sounds like everything is coordinated here, and you're doing your best to cover it. As you know, I've always been the neighborhood watch coordinator for Alta Sierra up until a couple years ago. I'm still a block captain, and I have about 15 people that I'm going to send out a message to when I get back home, talking about what they need to do. The list that you showed, get yourself prepared for winter. And I want to make sure that those folks know that. And I'm not going to tell them just once. I'm going to put it out a couple of times as winter gets closer. And so to get that message out, I will do it as a block captain for the 15 or so people in my area. At least they will maybe pay attention, who knows. But anyway, if there was some way to incorporate people who can get to the individuals, it would be very helpful to get the message out about the forthcoming problems that we may encounter. So, thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Is there any other public comment? Madam Clerk, no one online?
Nope.
All right, with that, at this point, I will close the public comment portion, bring it back to the board, and I would entertain a motion to accept the presentation.
So moved.
Motion, Supervisor Hook.
Second.
Second, Supervisor Hall. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Greg. Paul, thank you. Landon, John, Bob, Jason. All right, we have We have 7 minutes to do announcements. Anybody that has to do them? Okay, that's fine. Then we're going to take a recess for 6 minutes until 4 o'clock. Hopefully the group from Truckee can make it down. there's a group from Truckee coming over. They may be about 10 minutes away, so we're going to wait a while. We'd like to have everybody here before we actually go into the agenda item here. So thank you for being with us today, guys. It's an honor for us. All right, we'll reconvene the regular meeting of the Nevada County Board of Supervisors, December 5th, 2023. And our next agenda item, and this is exciting also, is a resolution approving amendments to the Youth Commission bylaws section, composition and qualification of members and Section V regular meetings. And then secondly, approve the appointments of 17 applicants to the Nevada County Youth Commission for an unexpired one-year term ending June 30th, 2024. And I'd like to recognize Jeff Ellis.
It's good to see you all again. I come before you today requesting two actions related to the newly formed and approved Nevada County Youth Commission. The first action is to make two revisions to the bylaws. The first recommendation is to amend the bylaws to increase the Youth Commission membership to 18, and that stems from the overwhelming enthusiasm observed during the recruiting process. The response exceeded expectations, with a diverse pool of applicants showcasing varied geographical and demographic backgrounds. This diversity promises a wealth of perspectives and ideas that will significantly benefit both the Commission and Nevada County. The proposed increase in membership aims to accommodate this wealth of interest and ensure broader representation of Nevada County youth on the Commission. Excuse me. The second recommendation relates to our meeting day. Through discussions held during the Commission interview process, it became evident that the originally selected meeting day, Thursday, posed conflicts with numerous school activities. Considering this feedback, the recommendation is to amend the bylaws and shift the meeting day to Tuesdays. This adjustment aims to facilitate increased participation among youth members without compromising their academic or extracurricular commitments. These proposed amendments align with the ongoing commitment of the Nevada County Youth Commission to effectively identify, connect, and advocate for the issues facing Nevada County youth. The changes not only respond to the expressed needs and interests of the youth population, but also enhance the Commission's ability to fulfill its mission. The proposed changes have been carefully considered to optimize the Commission's functionality and better serve the youth of Nevada County. My second request for action is to approve the youth commissioners. I have with me today intern and founding member of the Nevada County Youth Commission, Annie Pickin, and she'll help me introduce the candidates.
Is it Annie?
Yes.
Annie, very
Annie.
good.
The first candidate is Anna Talafera Watson from District 3, Nevada Union High School. One of the Nevada County Youth Commission founders believes that the commission should work on making connections with mental health resources to advertise for the youth in our community.
The second candidate is Ana Zarate Cortez.
Can we have them stand up or raise their hand?
Ana, go ahead and stand.
There you go.
Thank you. The second candidate is Ana Zarate Cortez from District 5. She's a Truckee High School student. She'd like the Nevada County Youth Commission to be sure to represent our county's youth voices by creating a diverse environment and team.
Anthony Garcia Ramirez, District 5, Truckee High School, would like to ensure that the Nevada County Youth Commission represents all the youth's voices. Proposals could be launched to help improve communication and conflict resolution skills.
Our next candidate had a conflict, but I'll introduce him anyway. His name is Ari Funk. He's District 1 Nevada Union student. He is also one of the Nevada County Youth Commissioner founders, and he'd like to look at connection between drug use and the mental health crisis that exists here.
Ariana Dragset, District 3, Nevada Union, would like the commission to focus on the increased free and inexpensive recreational opportunities for youth, such as local bike and skate parks, open gyms, opportunities to create and show artwork.
Our next candidate is Frank Post. From District 1, he's a Nevada Union student, and he'd like to improve communication between young people and various sources of authority, including the Board of Supervisors and local school administrators.
Harris Nelson, from District 4, Nevada Union High School, has years of experience advocating for the environment and would like to see the commission focus on environmental change.
Jake Hipsley represents District 2, and is a sales student. He thinks we should focus on the drug issues facing Nevada County youth and the underlying causes.
Liliana Markham, District 2, Bear River High School, would like to explore public transportation for youth and improve communication within the community.
Loretta Candia Hernandez. Loretta is from District 5. She's also a Truckee High School student. She would like to see the commission focus on addressing issues such as the lack of access to quality education resources for communities that are at disadvantage.
Mackenzie Riss, District 4, Nevada Union High School, one of the Nevada County Youth Commission founders, brings a slew of experience for connecting resources to needs.
Mario Lamarca thinks that the commission, Mario is from District 1. He's a Nevada Union student. He thinks the commission can represent youth voices by providing a way for youth to communicate their unique opinions and ideas to the officials with the power to change things.
Maria Griffin, District 3, Nevada Union High School, thinks youth should feel connected with their community and believes the commission will be able to help empower them.
Ninel Hernandez, District 5, another Truckee student, is concerned with student mental health and connecting local resources to need.
Robert Gago, District 2, Nevada Union High School, thinks mental health is an issue affecting many students, especially in our county.
Sam Ovey. Sam's a District 4 resident and a Godoti student, also one of the Nevada County Youth Commission founders, and thinks it's a neat opportunity to help people and bring a better understanding of neurodivergence and queerness to the table.
Walter Helvin, District 4, Godoti Early College High School, is passionate about advocating for sustainability and climate resilience locally, as well as encouraging youth to involve themselves in local government.
Those are our 17 candidates.
Is it, Jeff?
Those are the 17.
Okay, all right. Good to have you guys here. Like I said earlier, it's an honor. And those of you that drove over the hill from Truckee, thank you for being here. Do you know which supervisors represents your district? Do you know who your District 1 supervisor is? Do you? Okay. District 2? Okay. Those of you that live in District 2, I want to tell you about a municipal advisory committee meeting coming up. See, Walter, he's in your district, but he used to be in mine, see? And I would encourage you, it's on December 18th, it's at 6 o'clock at the Higgins Community Center, and it's a project that will have a big impact if it should go through in that Wolf Higgins area, Wolf Road, Combi Road area. So encourage you to come on down. District 3, that would be Lisa. District 4, Sue.
I also have a municipal advisory commission that meets on the third Thursday. We won't be having one until January. We meet quarterly. So I would love to have you come there and see about what's going on in Penn Valley. That would interest you.
You know, one of the things we asked each of the prospective commissioners was their interest in serving on other commissions and boards. And they were super interested in serving on, you know, regional groups as such as yours, Supervisor Hook, and others that were interested in specific areas like foster care and neurodivergent issues. So they're ready, willing, and able.
That's awesome. And then, of course, agriculture is really big in my district as well. And so if anybody wants to reach out and is interested in that, because how we grow and what we eat is very important as far as food security goes. So love to visit on that project too.
Lisa, you want to start?
Well, this is a great day. I think I said that when we passed it, the resolution to form the commission in August, and I have been so impressed with Jeff's leadership here and getting this to us so quickly. You'll find government works very slow, but you know, I think Allison approached me with this idea in the spring, put it together during the summer, and you guys are here in December with a fully formed commission, and you're going to get going. When's your first meeting?
Tonight.
Tonight. Perfect. Well, I'm really impressed. I looked through all the applications. I think you guys are well positioned to offer advice to us, which is, for me, one of the most important roles of the organization, that the work that you're going to be doing is to advise us, old people up here, on youth issues. So I'm very excited to get to work with all of you, and hopefully we'll be able to come and visit you guys at your meetings. And if there's interests and things that you guys want to learn more about, my door is always open, either individually or as a group, to sit down with you guys and, you know, talk about the ways of how government works. I represent the city of Grass Valley mainly, and I don't have a MAC, so I tend to have my meetings over coffee down on Mill Street. So if anybody is interested, that would be a great opportunity to see the goings-on of Grass Valley. So excited that you're all here, took time out of your busy schedules to do this, and the future is bright.
Yeah, welcome. This is great. It's fun to see some familiar faces that started this and the new faces that are going to continue on. That's very exciting. And so District 4, you'll find, is very interesting because it's very diversified. It's very large. We go from way out on Perimeter Road all the way to Malakoff Diggings, North San Juan, Rough and Ready. I have the transfer station in our district. So there's lots of good things to talk about. And some of the programs that we're doing with mental health in North San Juan that's been in collaboration from here. So there's a lot of fun and exciting things going on in this whole district. So look forward to it. My door's always open as well, and excited to see what you guys come up with and teach us.
Yeah, welcome, and I'm so glad each of you are here. Lisa and I shared, I guess, the foundational meetings with Jeff and some of the other community leaders that brought the founding members together, and I was so impressed at that time. And I'm just looking forward to meeting the District 5 commissioners. Thank you for volunteering for that service. I'm really excited to work with you. I was just reflecting on the amount of, you have a lot of power and authority to do great work and build community building and bring people together and connect the dots between your generation and other generations of policy and lawmakers, both at the county level, but also at the state and federal level, because many of us share connections to our legislators at the state and federal level, and we'd like to bring you those conversations so you understand and weigh in on our national policymaking that we're involved in too. I will say that, you know what season it is. It's Christmas season, but it's also stakeholder season for me in District 5. So we have a series of meetings in District 5 where I get together and sit down with about 25 local stakeholders. And so I'm going to extend an invitation to your commission to sit down and talk with us and be a part of those, because your voices will be important in those conversations. So, you know, just an honor to be part of all this, and I wish you guys the best of luck going forward. And I think really staying connected to the board. And our emails, my email and contact information is on the website, and you can email me at any time, day or night, with concerns you may have, and that's really your personalized conduit to this decision-making body that you see up here. I'm connected with you, and please use me as a resource. And Mr. Rowe and I go way back, way back. And so, yeah, I'm really happy that he's involved in this too. I'm really proud of that. So thanks for putting it together, Jeff.
So congratulations first to all of you who are on, and thank you so much for offering your time and talent. I know this is extra, but we really need your voices and really appreciate it. Honestly, some of the biggest issues of our time are going to be up to your generation to solve, and it all starts locally. So everything you can do here locally is going to matter. It's going to matter to us. It's going to matter to you and your lives and your future and your potential careers. So take it seriously. Take on the stuff that you're passionate about. Don't hold back. Don't be afraid. And do reach out to us. I would love to also extend an invitation, potentially, you know, specifically for the District 1 residents, to just sit down with me as a group and chat. I'd love to hear from you, and I answer questions. And then for District 1, also specifically, I have all of Nevada City. I have out 174, up Banner Mountain, and Scotts Flat Lake. So that we have our own particular set of issues here. We meet once a month, although I think we're taking a break right now, the South Yuba River Cohort, which is a group of people collaborating. So Sue Hook and I collaborate on that to deal with all the river issues, environmental and health and safety. You're welcome to come to those meetings. Actually, I think you'd learn a lot, and it would be great to have your input. And then I'm also the board representative on our mental health board, which meets every Friday, first Friday of every month. And I learn, it's amazing. I've been on there for years. I learned so much about our mental health system here during those meetings. I would love, we have a place for public comment. We rarely have people from the public attend. It would be wonderful to have any of you interested in that to come and sit in on those meetings. The room they have right now is really small, so if you want to come, please let us know ahead of time, and we'll make sure we have a big enough room so you can all sit in on that. So again, congratulations. I'm really proud of you all for stepping up, and really look forward to getting to know you better and work with you.
And I echo my colleagues. I think it'll probably take a little time for both us and our department heads and you as to how we can really work well together, but I see the future that you are an integral part of what goes on here with Nevada County. And I think there may be some items that may come out of this commission that maybe would come normally out of this body up here. So I think what you will find, no matter what you're going after, no matter what your idea is, whether or not even your own district supervisor agrees with you or not, you will find that we all listen. And I think we can make some great progress as long as we we all do our part working with each other. So again, thank you. Jeff, thank you. And thank you for all the adult supervision, or I don't know if that's the proper term, but thanks for all the work that you've done in helping out with this commission too. And with that, I'm going to open this up to public comment. If anybody would like to make a comment, and feel free, and if any of you members are welcome to comment too. Please give us your name, and while it's not mandatory, just tell us the district you live in.
Hi, I'm Kirsten Kramer. I'm the superintendent of Tahoe Truckee Unified School District.
Yes.
And I'm just here to say thank you for this opportunity for our youth. in Truckee in District 5, working with Supervisor Bullock and all of you on these important issues. Hearing what brought them all to the commission is just inspiring, and I agree with Supervisor Swarthout, just that the future is very bright. So thank you for this opportunity for our youth. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Craig Rowe. I'm an educator at Truckee High School. I'm part of District 5. And I just also wanted to echo my gratitude for supporting this youth commission, and also give a big shout out to Jeff. He's been amazing with his communication and his inclusive vision. And I also wanted to share just how impactful it is for all of our students to have this opportunity, particularly are some of our students that have come from backgrounds that are not conducive to these kinds of public spaces. I know what it's like to feel alone. I know what it's like to feel powerless. I was not on this side of the county jurisdiction in my youth. I was on the incarceration side as a juvenile. And many of our students that have some untraditional backgrounds feel that same sense of powerlessness and that same sense of isolation that I experienced. And just entering the chambers with them, you can kind of feel that sense of community that you've created and to welcome them, and that sense of hope that they have a voice to change their own futures and to have direction of their own lives. So I thank you for that opportunity, and especially for Jeff for his leadership.
Thank you for your comments.
Good afternoon, Board. Dan Frisella, Superintendent of the Nevada Joint Union High School District, District 3. I'll be brief, but I just want to thank the Board of Supervisors as well as the staff, Jeff Dellis, and the staff that have worked on this project, and just want to share my enthusiasm. We, in positions of leadership, make decisions every day that affect the lives of our students, and nobody's input is more important than the youth. So I know you're in good hands. I don't know all of these students in front of you. I know about a half dozen of them, but I know that they're going to represent their peers with integrity, with honesty, and they'll be forthright, and they're going to do their due diligence. So be ready, because the feedback and the input is coming your way. I believe wholeheartedly in amplifying student voice, and this is just an incredible opportunity, not just for these students to learn and grow, but for the adults that work with them to learn and grow, and for our county to benefit. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan.
Hi, my name is Allison Rivers Sampson, and I am a local social work grad student, and I get to work with high schoolers who are the most amazing people in our community. And I just want to thank you for sharing the table and giving a voice to young people who are most impacted by the different policies that you are setting that are specific to them. And I am on a personal mission to make sure that at every table where there are decisions being made about youth, that impact youth, that there is youth voice there. So thank you for opening up your table and doing the right thing for them and us as a community.
Thank you. Rachel.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Pena. I'm the Director of Social Services. My feet moved faster than my brain, but I just felt really compelled. I'm so grateful to this crowd of youth. Like, I'm so grateful to this group. I really appreciate what the last speaker said about nothing about us without us. And for years, for 25 years, I've been working on behalf of youth and on behalf of families in our community, and this is the first time that I've seen a council of this size and with such passion for the work that they're doing. I was so impressed by the application, so impressed by the just by the thought that went into what these young people have to say. And I just want to extend an invitation to all of you to please share your experience and share your wisdom with us so that we can do a better job as county officials, and for me in particular, with social services working on behalf of youth and working on behalf of families. I really want to extend the invitation to provide feedback and know that I'm here to listen and that we want to do better. So thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Rachel's one of those key department heads that we rely on a lot. So take her invitation seriously and take advantage of what she can offer and what you can learn from her. Is there any other public comment? You know, Caleb, I'm going to ask you if you'd like to say something because this really was a project that our CEO, Allison Lehman, was very, very strong with, and I don't know, I catch you off guard here. You might have some comments. You know how dedicated she was on this.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Schofield, and welcome to our first Youth Commission. This is such an honor to have you here and be part of creating public policy and good programs. As everyone has said, you bring a unique insight, and we look forward to working with you. We've been thrilled to have Annie and Jeff in our office on a regular basis in the County Executive Office, and we look forward to continuing to work so closely and with all of you, looking forward to how you engage. And I really hope you do take the supervisors up on their offer to attend their meetings. Coming to the Board of Supervisors meetings, I think some people don't appreciate how much happens here, but today, if you'd been here since 9 a.m., you would have seen so many incredible initiatives from public safety, but also honoring the public service of people who've been working as sheriffs and working as our clerks for decades. And so the level of public service and commitment to this community, it's good to see both sides. And I think what you're going to have as commissioners is insight into how government works, because you'll be part of it. And so we just look forward to your first meeting tonight and welcome you to the county family.
Thank you, Caleb. All right, is there any other comments? All right, seeing that, I will close the public comment portion. I'll bring it back to the board. Did you have another comment?
No, Chairman, I was just.
All right, we'll take it.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. So we have a couple resolutions here, and the first one is approving the amendments, which I think is primarily expanding the amount of appointees. So I would entertain a motion to approve a resolution approving amendments to the Youth Commission bylaws.
So moved.
So moved. Motion, Supervisor Swarthout. Second, Supervisor Hook. Madam Clerk.
District 4?
District 4, yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes, thank you. And the final resolution to approve the appointment of 17 applicants to the Nevada County Youth Commission for unexpired one-year term ending June 30th, 2024.
So moved.
Motion, Supervisor Hall.
Second.
Second, Supervisor Bullock. Madam Clerk?
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes. Thank you, and congratulations.
Chairman, would it be appropriate to ask for a photo opportunity?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Thank you, Jeff. Yeah, maybe we will stay up here and you guys come up in front of us down here.
Founders to commissioners. Awesome, guys. Congratulations.
These are
All right.
your future employees.
What?
Future employees.
Exactly.
All right. If there's no further business, all right. This meeting is adjourned.